Come on over if you wanna have a good time. Show me what's inside that soul, I'll let you feel mine. Come on over if you wanna have a good time. Good time.
I'm saying.
I'm teaching you, my brother.
Yeah, hence I'm saying is when I'm saying it's deeper, it says it's not just a word. It has
Notes, yes.
It has more.
Is the mic on? My goodness.
Let me go tell him to switch it off that side.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be on. It's on you. You don't have to switch it on or something. Take yourself selfie. I want to see how it comes on the camera there.
Sorry, I need to do something. Please tell me to switch off the mic.
And I'm listening this to you as a
Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, if I could please ask those of you who are outside to please make your way inside so that we can start the proceedings in the next 2 minutes. Thank you. Our dignitaries are about to enter the room now, and that will be my green light to go ahead and start the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, if I may ask that we please settle down so that we can begin. I know we're almost an hour late. I'll tell you what, we have a premier that I have great admiration for. When he makes a promise to deliver, he does. And he's a great believer in education as well. So as a generous man, I believe the premier has said, you know, because the business of government is time. And this is in no way related to what is happening now, Premier. But I believe that those who are as excited as I am about this event and who are going to scream out IATF2023 Roadshow the loudest first, there are 2 bursaries on the go, an undergrad for trade and investment and a postgrad for governance management. Am I correct, Premier? He's nodding. So there are no takers. Oh, then I guess you get to keep your bursaries. There are still no takers? You're running as late as I am. All right, audience, a very good morning to you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it really is a great pleasure to welcome you to this prestigious event, the IATF Roadshow 2023, the Business Forum, as we work our way up to the 3rd Intra-Africa Trade Fair, which will be later on this year. Of course, you'll hear more details about it, but it's really going to build on the successes that we saw in Durban here in South Africa. It is going to be an event that is really going to be ambitious in its targets. We're told that they're looking at something in the region of $43 billion in trade and investment deals, over 1,600 exhibitors, 75 countries who are going to be participating. So it really is truly an honor to welcome you here as we get on the road to IATF 2023. My name is Tshepiso Makwetla. I'm going to be your moderator, your facilitator, your guide this morning. I am a journalist, a broadcaster, and today I think I'm going to distinguish myself as a timekeeper. Can you imagine, an hour? So hoping you're going to work with me, to my speakers, and of course to our esteemed guests, all of you, you all are. I'm hoping that you're going to make this as interactive as possible, but please be short with your questions. This is one way to help me win. It's a win-win, me and you, we win together. So to my speakers as well, I know that protocol is something that I can't avoid. Have a heart. You know, just have a little bit of feeling of this young lady, I'm still young, who has to make up this time. So let's talk to you about this roadshow. So roadshow is already underway, as we mentioned, but the IATF roadshow positions itself as a platform, premier platform for multi-stakeholder engagement on trade and investment. Now, it is inclusive of and not just limited to governments, captains of industry, private sector, and dare I say civil society. Often when we talk about these big events, we talk about Agenda 2063, Agenda 2030, a lot of them we forget civil society. Without the grassroots actually leading the way, it's really a ground-up approach, I believe. So without their buy-in, it would not be possible. Now, some of those who are here gracing us with their presence today to talk a little bit more about this. This particular roadshow is about South Africa to Africa. South Africa had the privilege of hosting the 2nd Intra-Africa Trade Fair, as we mentioned, in Durban. It was a great success, and we are saying the 3rd Intra-Africa Trade Fair is going to do better. But what about the lessons learned? What about areas of growth? So South Africa to Africa, South Africa realizing, of course, the benefits of the AFCFTA, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, of which it's a signatory, it's a partner. economic growth, we're talking about diversification, we're talking about employment creation and expansion. So these are just some of the benefits. But what more can we bring to the table? These are the things we're going to find out. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me please acknowledge and welcome the presence of the Premier of Gauteng, the Honorable Mr. Panyaza Lesufi. So he'll be speaking to us in just a moment about how Gauteng is going to support this project. And it was also my pleasure to welcome Her Excellency Mama Balega Mbete, who is former Deputy President of South Africa. Sithi halala mama. It's such a pleasure to say South Africa has had several deputy presidents who are women, and we count you amongst the first. It truly is an honor. She's also chairperson of NALISA. Please give her a warm round of applause. And of course, we say a warm welcome to Mrs. Kanayo Awani, who is the Executive Vice President of Intra-African Trade Bank, Afreximbank. And we are really looking forward to hear about the partnership, the great work that we've done. And I know you are a fervent supporter of these roadshows and the great work that it's done through its ambassadors. So thank you for your service as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I think we all know the nitty-gritties of house rules. Please keep your phones off. We are going to have a question and answer session later on. So we will ask you to please introduce yourself, the organization from which you are, whom you'd like to pose the question to, and of course, if you would like to have an interview, if you haven't scheduled one yet with one of our VIPs, may I ask that you go to the front desk, speak to one of the organizing team members, and they'll help you organize that. So without further ado, I don't want us to take too much time talking about what we already know, the reason why we are here. Let's take a look, watch a video about the African Import Bank, Afreximbank, as we've mentioned. It's in collaboration with the African Union and the AFCFTA Secretariat. It brings you the Intra-Africa Trade Fair 2023. Let's have a look of what they have on the table.
Exhibition to fit their unique requirements. This offers private and public entities opportunities to showcase their goods and services. Trade and Investment Forum, the 4-day conference, will feature leading African and international speakers and a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment issues. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA and will also include training workshops covering exporting, standards and marketing. Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, will showcase Africa's creative economy in fashion, music, film, art and craft, and sport. The CANEX program will include a Creative Africa Summit and dedicated creative industry exhibition, a B2B and B2G platform. The platform will provide opportunities for matchmaking, business exchanges, and conclusion of business and investment deals. This is supported by a dedicated African Buyers Program. Country Days has sponsorship opportunities and is open to 4 countries. It presents a platform for the 4 selected countries to showcase their trade, investment, tourism, and cultural opportunities. IATF Virtual. This platform showcases goods, services, and investment opportunities on an interactive online platform. The IATF Virtual is currently live and will continue even after the physical trade fair has ended. The Africa Automotive Show will present a platform for auto manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, OEMs, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. It consists of an auto forum, auto show, and B2B and B2G exchanges. The AU Youth Startup Program will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startups in Africa where they will showcase their innovative ideas, prototypes, goods, and services. The IATF will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at the trade fair. IATF 2023 will provide a unique and valuable platform for businesses to access an integrated African market of over 1.3 billion people with a GDP of over 3.5 trillion US dollars created under the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Export-Import Bank, African Union Commission, AFCFTA Secretariat, and our premium partners invite you to join us at IATF 2023 Intra-African Trade Fair, connecting African markets. For more information, visit www.intraafricantradefair.com.
So that's just an appetizer, as they say. And ladies and gentlemen, I hope you will indulge me. I'll try not to speak so much, even though I know this is the role I'm supposed to play. Just keep it in your mind that there's a possibility that I'm smart. There's a possibility I've got two brain cells to rub together, but I'm going to truncate my conversation, keep the comments very short so that we can just keep the time running. Let me please, as I call onto the stage, we're going to also play a quick video to give you a sense of Gauteng, where we are, the endeavors that they have. We're going to have a welcome address by Mr. Saiki Zamqaka, who is the acting CEO of the GGDA, that's the Gauteng Growth Development Agency. So as we welcome him, let's take a look at this video.
This place, where it all began, where dreams and ideas are realized, where economic growth aids job creation, where major industries are headquartered, a place we build together. This place is Gauteng, the gateway to Africa. Partner with the Gauteng provincial government to further transform and modernize our economy, to make this a global city region. Your business, your economy, your Gauteng. Together, moving Gauteng city region forward.
Good morning. Mine is very simple. It's to welcome everybody here. We have the Premier who's in the rooms, who's going to give the keynote address, and thank you to Mambalega, Her Excellency, for being here, and thanks to Kanayo, the Executive Vice President. We had a very interesting conversation this morning, and I think for me this is the welcome message to the entrepreneurs in the room, where we agreed on certain specific things that we're going to do with Afreximbank. And for me, the basic thing was, what can we say to the entrepreneurs between ourselves and the bank? And the message is very simple. We have Afreximbank, which is a trade finance bank that's meant to promote imports and exports in the continent. And we're trying to then look at what can we do together in South Africa in collaboration with them. So you can apply to Afreximbank. You can come through us to see what are the projects we can do jointly with them. And for me, I think that's the most important thing as we live here. They're looking at potentially hosting the next trade fair in South Africa, and we're working with them to make sure that they are here in Gauteng. And I said to her, I mean, if there's any place in the continent that can host anything, it is Gauteng. I mean, we a very big economy. I mean, we're a third of the country's GDP. We're bigger than some economies in the continent, and we say that with respect because we have the capacity, and there's a lot, even as we talk about the Africa Free Trade Area, we have capacity to manufacture, we have capacity for services, so there's a lot that we can do. So for me, it's an honor to be here, and I'm seeing Lerato from the DTIC. There's a lot of colleagues that we work with to make sure that there is practicality to what we're doing. And on their first night, they went to Soweto, Orlando, because again, we have a premier who's put a lot of focus on the township economy and some of the informal sectors of the economy. So really, to everyone who's here, we're honored to have you in the room, but really our task as the GGDA is to make sure that whatever is decided becomes practical, and we're not just here to have endless engagement. So welcome to Gauteng, and we're really excited to host our visitors, and thanks to Premier and Mambalega. Mambalega actually is the one that brought this to us. She's in the advisory panel of the trade fair. So we're really honored that she believed that Gauteng is a good host in the road to November in Egypt. So welcome, thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zamkwaka, and I will remind you of those commitments that you are making, particularly because one of the great things about Gauteng, what it's doing and has always promised to do is refocus attention on the township economy, and I really don't think we can talk about the benefits of the AFCFTA without focusing on the informal sector. And I know these are some of the discussions that we're going to get into on how we best focus the attention and the programming, the policies on inter and intra-community trade. But let me first call onto the stage the president of the Black Business Council, Mr. Elias Monaga, because I also think that he can share his insights on some of these things that are being done to achieve this. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, Program Director. To those who know me, I am definitely not Elias Monaga. My name is Gregory Mufokeng, the Vice President of the Black Business Council. I'm here representing the President. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the time given. To the Premier Panyaza Lusufi, Mayor Balekambete, Madam Kanayo Awami. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The AU has a very catchy phrase when it comes to Agenda 2063, and it says, the Africa we want. And I want to speak briefly to the Africa we want. As Business Premier, we want an Africa that has an economy that is inclusive. The people of the continent have to benefit from the economy of the continent. Number two, as business, we want an Africa that is free of wars so that our people can live peacefully. And number three, we want an Africa that is open for trade so that we can trade with each other and we can live sustainable lives as Africans. And hence the Africa AU Agenda 2063 saw it appropriate then to have an African continental free trade area, which is the basis of our meeting today as we meet on our way to Egypt. This agreement encapsulates 55 countries, 8 regional economic communities, 1.3 billion people, and a GDP of $3.4 trillion. So colleagues, that's the market that we all have to tap into. And today we are here so that we can also try and facilitate that we assist each other to tap into this very critical market. Unfortunately, as Africans, we have allowed others to play, as far as our backyard is concerned, to play a meaningful role in our economy. And we are not there. So when you travel the continent, you'll see that the Americas are present. The Europeans are present. Guys from Asia are present. But Africans are not present in their own economy. And that is what we need to change as Africans. When we go on state visits with our presidents and our premiers, it is critical that we take along as business so that we can then be able to meet our counterparts on the continent and conclude business transactions and do business with each other. So our plea, once again, Premier, is that as you travel, because you also do your own state visits, please take business people along with you. And in particular, black business people. I'm here representing the Black Business Council colleagues. Let that be very clear. That as much as we say, as South Africa, we must all benefit, black and white. When it comes to black business, as South Africa, we're a special case. Because everyone north of our border, when it comes to indigenous Africans, they own their economies. Ke rona fela ka mo, who must still fight to own our economy here. So, Premier, we want the market to open locally and on the continent. So please, as you go on the state visits, please do take along black business people. Colleagues, we were very frustrated as business people some 5-10 years back. When we were traversing the continent looking for business opportunities, we'll come back home and ask, how can we be funded? Because if you are in business and you don't have money, you are just a dreamer. You need to dream and have money to implement those dreams. So our unique challenge was that we were going, identifying opportunities, coming back, but we were unable to get access to the funding that will enable us to do business on the continent. I'm happy, colleagues, to inform you that through our efforts, we now have what we call an SA Inc. approach when it comes to funding. So our government has listened. It has put up a few entities that are now ready to fund you. Those entities are DBSA, PIC, IDC, and a little-known Export Credit Insurance Corporation, so that you can be insured as you go and do business on the continent and face the risks that maybe you might not have identified going in, especially political risk. So South Africa now, as a country, is now able to fund you as South Africans doing business on the continent. I'm hoping that you will take advantage of this. Number two, we have 17 export councils. These export councils cut across various economic sectors: automotive, built environment, fruit and veggies, capital equipment, and many others. We urge you to also look into that, because there are incentives there for us as business people as we want to do business on the rest of the continent. So we are quite excited, colleagues, that institutionally we are now ready as South Africa to do business on the continent. Let us utilize all this assistance that is there. And of course, we cannot forget the work that Afreximbank is doing, and they are here so that we can also have partnerships so that you can again get access to funding as you do business on the continent. I'm hoping, colleagues, that you are ready to do business on the continent. You are ready to partner amongst ourselves first, to bulk up on the capacity, and also to partner with the rest of our brothers and sisters on the continent. It is very important that as we enter those countries, we also partner with the locals so that we can all share in the growth and the prosperity of our continent. And also, as South Africans, colleagues, let us be aware that we must also open our local market to our African brothers and sisters. We cannot go there and do business and make money, and when they want to come here, we can't have a problem. When our brothers and sisters also want to enter the local market, profit from it, and make money. Africa is open for trade, colleagues, and we are here to make sure that we all benefit. Thank you very much.
Ra leboha Ntate Mofokeng. Perhaps I should borrow from Mebalega's past life and say, order, Mr. Mofokeng. Because when you stood up, I wasn't sure if it was a putsch. And if I had to say something, you would say, as a journalist, she's spicing things up. So, but you did indeed speak like somebody who is in higher office. Thank you very much. And the Black Business Council really underscoring the point that the AFCFTA should be anchored on private sector engagement. Now, let me, without wasting further time, call upon Her Excellency Mebalega Mbete, who's the former Deputy President of South Africa and Chairperson of NALISA. I know that Mebalega, you and the AFCFTA Advisory Council met recently to talk about the road to 2023. We're looking forward to hearing more from you about that. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, honored guests, in particular our special guest, Mayor Kanayo Awani, who is the Executive Vice President of the Intra-Africa Trade Bank, a subsidiary of the Afreximbank. We started yesterday, and to give you a snapshot of the day yesterday, which went very well, we connected with the roots of our dreams. Because yes, things start as dreams, and those dreams give rise to clear ideas and thoughts and a way and a plan. And our founding fathers and mothers of the African continent and the bodies that keep us together, keep us connected, breathed into us the success that yesterday became. By the end of the day, we were very happy that we had, one of the things that we had done was to also start to interact, in particular in the capacity of being a body called NALISA, the National Liberation Heritage Institute of South Africa, which is a beneficiary from the Afreximbank, from an Afreximbank grant that we have received already. We had started to publicly interact with sectors of society in our country that are very important, in particular the people that had gathered at a shrine called the Freedom Park in Pretoria, where we started at what we call Isivivane to reflect before even sunrise through those that are so trained to represent us in the spiritual realm. We started there, we went and remembered our founding leaders and went on to a seminar where the majority of the audience were young people. I dare take this opportunity to indicate that those young people, in reflecting back to us, showed us and told us that actually they are not told this history through the education system. And therefore I want to say, fellow South Africans, that's outstanding business. That history must be told to younger generations so that they are empowered to navigate the current ups and downs. They understand what's happening, why it is happening, why things are the way they are structured. They have that background for themselves to take us forward in future. Yesterday, in the welcoming by the CEO of the Freedom Park, a shrine that everybody in this room must make it their business to visit at some point. They went around and learned from the leadership of the Freedom Park that in fact, that place embodies the meanings, the deeper meanings of why we do certain things, why certain rituals, and how in ancient times, in times that we must honor, even as we continue to live and we continue to present ourselves to the rest of Africa, to the rest of the world, should be proud to be able to say, in ancient times, when a traveler has come through strange parts of the country that they don't know, they get to a spot where they pick up a stone, breathe into it, and deposit it into a space that then builds up into what is called Isivivane, illustrating and in fact being a capturing of the spirit of true Africanism. We are. I am because we are. That breath that you breathe into that stone stays and becomes part of what builds into Isivivane. We saw it practically because that's where we started the morning yesterday. By the end of the day, colleagues, we left the younger generation at Freedom Park, going to see who had sacrificed their lives for the freedom that we were marking 29 years of yesterday, because yesterday, 29 years ago, was the first time that the founding president of this democracy addressed South Africans in Parliament 29 years ago. We left them viewing the walls, the names of international lives that had been sacrificed in the process of building towards this democracy, this freedom to gather here in the manner that we are, so that we can agree that we now are truly free to make mistakes, to also proceed ourselves being in charge into the future, to our destiny, and we are determined that that is a destiny that will also achieve the things that they dreamt of back then in 1963, when on our behalf they had come together and collectively left us that wisdom, which we now today are focusing specifically on the AFCFTA, and we are going to plan to participate as South Africans to be there at the trade fair in November 2023. It is in my capacity as a member of the advisory council that prepares for the Intra-Africa trade fair that we conceived, I didn't, I might have come with the first thought, but we then developed it with other teams, both in the in the advisory council meetings that we had, in particular in Cote d'Ivoire when we went there in November last year and in February this year. We agreed that we have to host this visit, this quick visit, but very, very important in grounding us in an understanding that South Africa, it's time for us to sit up and participate and make sure we participate as part of the African continent, because we fought for it. We liberated ourselves from a time when we thought we were Europeans. We now recognize that actually we are Africans, and we are going to participate not only in the Intra-Africa trade fair, we are always going to be part of our continent, because that is who we are, that is who we always have been. Thank you very much, Tsepiso.
Let me help you. Okay. Thank you very much, Mambalega. And I think there's a stern reminder that unfortunately in South Africa we have a tendency of saying in Africa, forgetting that, hello, we are in Africa. South Africa is in Africa. That's why we say South Africa, Mzansi Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, allow me to invite our host, the first citizen of Gauteng, to the podium for the keynote address, the Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, the Premier of Gauteng Provincial Government. Please give him a warm welcome. Mr. Lesufi, before we do that, I believe that half of what was promised has already been deducted, because these big eyes are for show, really. I'm not joking. They're big, but they don't see much. And also, with the lights gone, the lights out here go out too. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to correct that error. The opening remarks now by Mrs. Kanayo Awani, the Executive Vice President of Intra-African Trade Bank, Afreximbank. Let's please welcome her to speak a little bit more about the Roadshow today and the road to 2023.
Thank you, Program Director. But it's not going to be a little bit more. I actually have a lot to say. Your Excellency, Madam Bete, former Deputy President of South Africa, Chairperson of National Liberation Heritage Institute of South Africa, NALISA, and member of the IATF Advisory Council. Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, Premier of Gauteng Province, Honorable Tasneem Motara, member of the Executive Council for Economic Development, Gauteng Provincial Government, my sister, Lerato, Deputy Director General, Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, Brother Zaki Zamzaka, Acting Chief Executive Officer, Gauteng Growth Development Agency. I don't want to get into trouble. I have Mr. Elias Monage, President, Black Business Council, ably represented by my brother here, who is the Vice Chancellor. Captains of industries, chief executive officers, representatives of the South African business community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to be here in this beautiful country of South Africa for the Asante Sun Africa Week. Madam Bete had already given a glimpse into what it has been so far, very enriching, very enlightening. I leave here more educated, more enlightened. Let me take this opportunity to thank her, as well as the Premier, Honorable Panyaza Lesufi, for graciously inviting us, Afreximbank, to be part of this auspicious occasion, holding in this city of gold, Johannesburg, a city renowned for its vibrant culture, warm hospitality, and entrepreneurial spirit. We have been blessed with all this, and thanks to Thabo, to you, to extend to the staff of NALISA and Zaki for the GGDA. It is fascinating to note the evolution of Gauteng province in general and Johannesburg in particular over the past century, which in so many ways reflects the ambitions and potential of our continent. A city founded on mining resources that is now a leading city for industry, culture, and services. The Johannesburg of today is not only a world-class city, but a hub for Africa's transformation, given the central role it plays in driving the intra-African trade and investments supported by its diverse economy. It's seemingly a small in size province, Gauteng, host to Johannesburg. What is really punching above its weight. It makes up around 1/3 of South Africa's GDP. If we compare the size of the economy of Gauteng province in relation to other African countries, it will rank in the top 10. This illustrates the importance of this province to the economy of the entire African continent. The Asante Sun Africa Week celebrations embody Africa's journey to reclaim its identity and ensure its economic emancipation. A journey that started in the 1960s with several African countries when they started agitating for political independence and continued well into the 1990s, when South Africa marked its transition to a democracy. The South African struggle epitomizes the struggle for Africa's liberation, and we celebrate its many heroes, including the gallant son of Africa, Nelson Mandela, who said, and I quote, it is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. The hard-won independence delivered the freedom for Africans to shape their political destiny. However, our liberation struggle remains incomplete as long as we continue to operate on pre-independence and colonial economic designs that limit Africa to the export of primary commodities and places our development ambitions in the hands of former external partners. One of the things I've said throughout my course is that economic emancipation, anchored around the AFCFTA and Intra-African trade, will bring about true freedom. It will eliminate fear. It will eliminate fear of domination, fear of oppression, fear of others. I'm therefore elated to be here at this business forum on the Intra-African Trade Fair being hosted under the theme, Promoting South Africa, Trade and Investment under the African Continental Free Trade Area. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we gather this morning, the collective task at hand is for us all to support the implementation of the AFCFTA, a collective blueprint to re-engineer economic and trade relationships that have far too long kept Africa fragmented and at the periphery. The ambition of African unity that started 60 years ago needs to be put into action to ensure that our political independence is accompanied by economic freedom. It is the time for Africa to take her destiny in her own hands, as I mentioned earlier, and to determine her own development agenda. However, doing so will not be easy and will require commitment, courage, and deliberate action. Traders, as my brother said, need to seek out new market opportunities on the continent rather than the current conventional and perhaps easier routes of turning to markets abroad. Our political leaders need to open up their markets and ensure the AFCFTA is giving full legal and operational effect. Our financial institutions also need to be bold and support the Intra-African trade and investment despite perceived risks. I was happy to hear about SA Inc. Please, Afreximbank needs to be part of that. It is in this regard that we at Afreximbank are proud to be contributing to this new and important chapter of Africa's integration and development. Afreximbank is at the forefront of supporting the AFCFTA and has developed a number of financing and facilitation instruments to support intra-African trade. For example, the bank has disbursed more than $20 billion in support of intra-African trade. And we did that when we developed the first strategic plan that focused on intra-African trade as the arrowhead of our strategic plan. Between 2017 and 2021, we disbursed $20 billion on a revolving basis. And between 2022 and 2026, we're committing to double that amount and make available $40 billion on a revolving basis in support of intra-African trade. This will support not just trade, but also investments. And some of the products under this funding umbrella that I talked about are what we call the global facility. Of course, we're a trade finance bank. We provide trade finance. There'll be more talked about our products today around this. That's what we do. We provide funding. We do several services. We do trade and project finance. We do guarantees. And we also provide advisory services. That is our plain and border. But because we understand that intra-African trade will not happen just by providing funding, under the Intra-African Trade Bank, we also have a facilitation. For instance, the trade fair is a facilitation instrument. Another products and programs, which we'll hear more about in the course of this program, we have also introduced. Talking about the financing that we are planning, Global Facility for Intra-African Trade Champions, which is an omnibus facility that we provide to businesses who are looking to trade and invest across borders, to even buy, to acquire businesses as well. So we provide it on an omnibus basis that eases the approval process. We also provide intra-African investment finance, to promote African direct investments, as we call it, which is Africans investing in other African countries, but also foreign direct investments where we give support as well. We also support, and some of those financing will be used to set up and expansion of businesses. It also supports acquisitions, joint ventures. We are very big on acquisitions. As international banks are retreating from the continent, one of the big things we've been doing is to support Africans to acquire those banks, as we need to sustain the capital on the continent. And that acquisition could include joint ventures as well, and concessions, and even non-equity modes such as franchising, licensing, and what have you. We also provide intra-African investment guarantees. The bank provides a guarantee to protect investors against risk events that may impair investment rights or earnings, including expropriation, transfer restrictions, nationalization, or other government action in the investing country. that hinders operations and repatriation of profits. We also provide contract and toll manufacturing under this bucket of financing that we do, that we're hoping to do 40 billion in this strategic plan. Contract and toll financing that supports, financing solution that supports manufacturers who have contract or toll manufacturing orders or require capital equipment to expand their manufacturing capacity. I'm going in a little bit of detail, but there'll be more on that as well. But I want to use my platform to ensure that I'm sharing information across board. Contract agriculture supports businesses, agricultural businesses who have contracted or are contracting out to African farmers. Some of the other solutions, I'm going to be going through financing and facilitation as we go around, because like I said, financing alone will not make intra-African trade grow. We need to do some facilitation initiatives. Some of the practical solutions around facilitation has been that what we call a digital ecosystem, we call the African Trade Gateway. We call it ATG. ATG includes the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. Some of you may have heard of it, which will facilitate trade settlement in local currencies, which is vital in intra-regional trade. A South African exporter to Zambia will now be able to receive payment in rands, while the Zambian importer will be able to tender payments using Zambian kwacha. So currently we have 9 central banks, 62 commercial banks, and we are piloting it in the West African Monetary Zone. The bank is currently working with the AFCFTA, of course, central banks, commercial banks, and fintechs to ensure that PAPS is expanded across the entire continent, to ensure settlement finality and to avoid liquidity risk, which is important. Afreximbank provides operational support to enhance trust in the system and to ensure that the growing volume of intra-African trade can be formally paid through the system. We have committed a standby facility of $500 million for the West African Monetary Zone region, while the continental plan is to deploy $3 billion for the whole African PAPS operation. We have other platforms that are associated with ATG, like the MANSA. MANSA is a customer due diligence repository with more than 10,000 institutions onboarded. MANSA eases the cost of conducting KYC checks. And as I mentioned earlier, many of the banks that are retreating from the continent are doing so because of the cost of compliance. So we're trying to, fill the gap and, to ensure that information on KYC is available to those who need it. And we encourage financial institutions, businesses to subscribe to MANSA for their KYC checks. We have also launched what we call a trader club. What essentially means is that we provide trade information and trade regulations information to business intelligence to businesses as a gateway through which exporters, importers, and investors can access curated trade intelligence and advisory services to support their market expansion decisions and network with other businesses. We've also introduced an e-commerce network platform together with the AFCFTA and UNECA. It's called the African Trade Exchange, a digital marketplace to support the implementation of the AFCFTA. It has also recently been repurposed to assist African countries to deal with the shortages of food and fertilizer arising from the Ukraine crisis. ITEX is operational with more than 1,000 buyers and sellers onboarded. We have also about 131 products on the platform. We're also working with the African governments, having been mandated by the AU heads of government and mandating AFCFTA Secretariat and ourselves to establish an AFCFTA adjustment fund, which consists of 3 sub-funds: the base fund, which will deal with tariff revenue loss, the credit fund and general fund, which will provide commercial and concessionary funding, respectively, to support an orderly adjustment to the new trade regime under the AFCFTA. It helps countries to deal with short-term tariff revenue losses, and it also supports, the important thing also is to say it supports the private sector. There's a private sector window, and it supports access to financing or funding required to boost production of value-added goods and services and participate in regional value chains. Businesses may need to retool, expand, to take advantage of the new trade regime and to enhance their competitiveness. We have committed $1 billion to this. With $1 billion, we think we can leverage the $10 billion that is required as adjustment cost for an initial period of 6 to 10 years. We have also, to the base, this fund, which is for state parties to contribute to, we have also given it a lift by contributing $10 million. The bank has also developed a collaborative transit guarantee scheme to facilitate the movement of goods under one single transit bond to support trade under the AFCFTA. With this, it is possible to move goods from Johannesburg to Kinshasa or Cape Town to Cairo under a single bond, transit bond, rather than having to post. It's particularly useful for land-linked countries, rather than having to post bonds at each border and in transit. So, the bank has already set aside $1 billion for the entire continent, and we have devoted $200 million for Comesa region, where it is currently piloting. In the auto sector, which will be of particular interest to South Africa, I have good news for you as well. Following the completion of the automotive value chain study in ECOWAS, the bank is now working with the African Association of Automotive Manufacturers, African Union, the AFCFTA Secretariat, to extend the study to the entire continent. The bank also supported the development of a continental auto strategy, which was adopted by the AFCFTA Council of Trade Ministers this year to facilitate manufacturing and trading of automotives under the AFCFTA. Afreximbank has also developed a $1 billion global automotive financing facility for the automotive industry for various value chains in the automotive sector. We're also working with UNECA to support the development of battery electric vehicles, value chain in DRC and Zambia using cobalt, lithium, nickel, and manganese from DRC, Zambia, and other African countries. We're also facilitating the emergence of an expansion of industrial parks and special economic zones, focusing on land manufacturers and agro-processing. Understanding the infrastructure deficit in many parts of Africa, we identified industrial parks as the way to go to support Africa's industrialization. So we act as a catalyst to industrial development by directly addressing hard and soft infrastructure constraints inhibiting industrialization. Thus, Afreximbank is currently pursuing the development of expansion of industrial parks and export processing zones in several countries, including Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, Benin Republic, Gabon, Togo, Chad, and Kenya, amongst others. And is seeking investments in both inside and outside the fence infrastructure. So outside the fence infrastructure, not just the inside the fence, but outside the fence, including development of technical schools, building of health centers, construction of access roads to the industrial parks, access to the industrial parks, and even the connecting roads and housing facilities. Closely associated with our industrial park agenda is the work we are doing on standards, the harmonization of standards with sporting, the Regional Standards Organization of Africa also to harmonize certain standards, and we are doing that in the auto sector. Over COVID, we did that in the pharmaceuticals and medical consumable sector. And it's not just that alone, we're also building hard infrastructure. We are building what we call the Africa Quality Assurance Centers to ensure that goods that are being exported within Africa and outside of Africa conform to international standards. The bank is also implementing what we call the Intra-African Engineer, Procure, and Construct. Chardonnay. Okay, it's back. It's coming back, so I can continue. All right, good. So I was talking about the EPC initiative to support the development of trade, enabling and infrastructural infrastructure across Africa. The annual market for the EPC contract projects in Africa is estimated at $60 billion and is currently dominated by foreign entities that are fully supported by their home governments. Supported by their whole governments, policy-wise, and also the financial institutions to enable them to win contracts in Africa. In order to put African companies at par with foreign entities, Afreximbank is implementing the EPC initiative to support African contractors to win and execute major infrastructure projects across Africa. I think this will be particularly useful to South African businesses. To date, the bank has supported companies from various countries to win contracts valued at about $12 billion. The support provided, and that support also includes going around the continent with businesses to enable them, to support them to win the contracts. To date, the support provided include twinning. So when Professor Ramal, the president of the bank, is going on missed missions, we try to ensure that he's accompanied by businesses across continents and across the continent. Of course, we will have identified head-on with the IPAs of those countries where the opportunities lie. We also not just facilitate, we also provide financing required. We provide contracting guarantees, we provide insurance, and we provide financing as well. Given that South Africa also has large EPC contractors, it has historically been on the margins. They have not benefited. We've seen that countries like Egypt are dominating in that space. We believe that there is a potential for them to benefit from this initiative. Let me speak a little bit about the sub-sovereign network that we have. We launched, in 2021, we launched an African sub-sovereign governments network on the sidelines of the IATF2023 that held in Durban in collaboration with the KwaZulu-Natal provincial government as a direct response to the need to foster closer links between African sub-sovereigns and improve their knowledge of the vast trade and investment opportunities across the continent. We saw it as a tool to accelerate the implementation of the AFCFTA. AFSNet, as we call it, is an initiative that seeks to promote intra-African trade, investment, and industrialization through the development of regional value chains under the AFCFTA. Following 2 successful editions, we had it, a conference around it where we discussed how the sovereigns can begin to take advantage of the AFCFTA. We had another one. We had the first in Durban. I had another one in Nigeria under the auspices of the Nigeria Governors Forum. And following those 2 events, the network is now institutionalized under the forum. It's called FORAP, Forum of Regions of Africa, which is an organ of the United Cities and local governments in Africa. We expect the 3rd edition of AFSNet will take place in Egypt on the margins of the IATF2023. And it is in this context I would like to invite you, Mr. Premier, and the GGDA, and the Gauteng province, and other South African provinces to participate in this important event and share trade and investment opportunities with other sub-sovereigns, and be a strong part of the network. We're supporting SMEs as well, women and youth, to participate and benefit from AFCFTA. We have a range of instruments, such as the SME Development Program, Factoring, Creative Africa Nexus, among others, which supports SMEs and the creative industry to participate and benefit from this AFCFTA. CANEX, as we call our creative intervention, will be of particular benefit to South Africa, and in particular to Gauteng. I think it is no secret the amount of talents that are embedded in this country in music, film, fashion, arts and crafts, and sports. Afreximbank provides financing of $1 billion facility to support financing, to support skills and capacity building, to support investment promotion and market access, as well as policy advocacy, especially in the context of intellectual property rights. One of the big things, I remember in 2021, I met Yvonne Chaka Chaka at the trade fair, and she said to me, at 19, when she sang her most prolific music, Profound, at 19 years old, she wasn't thinking about intellectual property. And there's so many stories like that, and that's why we decided to create a company called the Creative Africa Nexus, Creative Africa Inc. And that's basically to see how we can support Africans warehouse their intellectual property, because the moment that Netflix pre-finances you, they hold the rights. The moment somebody else finances it, they hold the rights. So we're trying to do that. And one of the things we did was to collaborate with Vincent Berry II, an award-winning music writer, to start master classes. And that master class incorporates intellectual property as well. And music that is produced under those master classes, when published, no matter who uses it to sing or to do a movie, the royalties will attribute to the contributors, the musicians who are contributing. There's so many other things that we've done in the creative sector. We support fashion designers to showcase their brands. In Portugal, we support the Portugal Fashion Show and the Paris Fashion Show, where we support and normally applications are advertised, and I'm hoping that South Africans are taking advantage of it, advertised so that we can sponsor them to take advantage and expose them to brands abroad. Even in the fashion space, we've helped a business set up in Manhattan, the Rockefeller building in Manhattan. I think the building is opposite Zara, one of those. I'm not sure where it is again. That's Guinea-Bissau export. Armando Cabral is one of those we've supported, and they have opened up to other brands. We have other programs in the bank that time will not melt, but I'll talk about a little bit more. I'm mindful of time, and maybe I will talk less about the Fund for Export Development in Africa, which is our equity fund, an impact equity fund. So what we've become is that we can do equity and we can do debt. And also our specialty insurance program, a subsidiary of Afreximbank as well, we call Afrexinsure. Well, maybe franchising will be of interest to South Africans also, because I don't think there is any other continent that dominates that sector or has the potential as South Africa. Maybe the other is Egypt. The bank is implementing a franchise financing facility as a critical instrument to unlock opportunities for African or international entrepreneurs seeking new business ventures on the continent. We believe South Africa has the potential, as I already said, and we already started engagements with the Franchise Association of South Africa to use the franchise facility to promote intra-African trade and investments. We also, I think this is also important because we're using it in KZN. It will be probably of use to you, where we're supporting businesses with the Afreximbank project preparation facility, which the bank uses to support the development of projects from conceptualization to a stage where they're able to attract required funding in debt or equity and ultimately achieve bankability. So, I think it's something you need to know about. I'm just going all over the place now. Trade enabling infrastructure is another one, and very useful given the challenges around transport and mobility on the continent. Energy infrastructure, ports, storage facilities, ports, seaports and dry ports. Even other soft trade enabling infrastructure like truck stops, like border posts. We all do all of that. We support. I feel I need to talk about what we do in the investment promotion space, simply because of Gauteng and the Black Business Council. We support IPAs, investment promotion agencies, and business councils. For business councils, we support the emergence of business councils that focus on let me put it this way, South Africa, Africa business councils. The focus on intra-African trade, we also like to strengthen those where there is required capacity building. We facilitate the members' access to financing as well. We also support IPAs. We support trade and investment promotion, conduct roadshows, support promotional activities, provide advisory. We provide training to strengthen them as well. We have a dedicated diaspora strategy as well. And that strategy recognizes the fact that INA owns the fact that Afreximbank, not so just Afreximbank, the AU has pronounced a while back the diaspora as a sixth region. What we try to do in Afreximbank is to give some of those pronouncements life as people who can execute them. So we define intra-African trade in Afreximbank as trade between and amongst African countries, but also trade between Africa and Africans in diaspora. For those who've been following us, we know we made a lot of forays into the Caribbean islands as well. Some of the things we're doing is setting up, we just recently set up, or in process of setting up a branch as well in Barbados, approved by our board. We're setting up an Africa Center as well in New York. that will help us do diaspora studies and basically do diagnostics on the characteristics of the diaspora. We issue diaspora bonds, Gauteng, please note if you have. We also issue all sorts of remittance-backed facilities. Financial institutions can benefit of that. We even support the trade and production of ethnic food, amongst others. Ladies and gentlemen, as I begin to hopefully round up, you, as the largest trading nation, accounting for 25% of intra-African trade and amongst Africa's largest economies, South Africa has a vital leadership role to play, as Madam Bette said earlier, in promoting intra-African trade and investments. This beautiful city of Johannesburg, one of the largest and business cities in Africa, and among the most industrialized, stands also a unique position to take advantage of the opportunities. But how is a trader in Johannesburg to know the needs of a consumer in Dakar? And how is a clothing manufacturer, those guys that make jeans in Lesotho, going to know that the fabric supplies exist in Burkina Faso and that Nigeria has a huge jeans market as well? How will they know that? To overcome the dearth and the lack of trade and access to trade and market information, the bank, working with its partners, and which is the thrust of our mission today, launched the Intra-African Trade Fair in 2018. It was a key initiative to support the AFCFTA, even before it came into force. I feel I need to say today that the Intra-African Trade Fair was held, the very first one, under the auspices of the Organization of African Unity in 1972. It was held in Nairobi, Kenya, under the auspices of President Jomo Kenyatta. I think another one held in Algiers, and then it fizzled out. That's why we feel that we have a catalytic role to play to sustain these facilitation initiatives. It is a trade platform that holds every 2 years to connect buyers and sellers across Africa, and also to provide information to investors about investment opportunities in the continent. I think it is probably the biggest dialogue for public-private in integration, especially to debate the AFCFTA and how it can work. What we find today is that lack of information is a major challenge. For instance, simply because of lack of information, countries like South Africa, Tunisia, Morocco import around 400 million worth of leather products annually, mainly from Europe and South America, while countries like Ethiopia and Kenya, which have the supply capacity to meet a substantial part of this demand, continue to export their leather products to other parts of the world. Similarly, West African countries import a lot of meat, worth more than $3 billion annually from Argentina and Australia, while South Africa, Mali, Namibia, Chad, and Sudan can supply a large proportion of this demand. Today, with the Ukraine crisis, we're all struggling to get fertilizer onto the continent that Africa produces in huge abundance. However, all of those exports are going to faraway lands like Brazil. So we had, as I had mentioned, the first trade fair in Cairo. It was very successful, Durban more so. Collectively, the two fairs brought together up to almost 3,000 exhibitors from 77 countries from 77 countries. Last one in Durban had 48 African countries participate and generated businesses of over $40 billion. That provides a glimpse of the immense potential of the trade fair in terms of overall participation across verticals and previous. And my expectation, I won't go much into that, is because there's a program later in this program to deal with the trade fair and all the verticals. I just want to add that we have introduced new verticals to the trade fair. Before, we had a conference, we had exhibition, we had the B2B exchanges, we had the conference was also the Trade and Investment Forum, we had Country Day, Creative, Auto, as Africa Youth, the Africa Youth Pavilion, youth program I said, but with this time around we've introduced the diaspora just because of what I just said before now. And I know that my time is, but we have to remember the outage. So we introduced also the culinary fair, just to showcase that African cuisine can also be fine dining, and expose them to the rest of Africa and the world. We called on the government of South Africa, the provincial authorities and private sector to support in terms of mobilizing the South African business community, including women-owned businesses and SMEs to participate in this event. Okay, in closing, as I begin to close, in conclusion, let me reiterate that Afreximbank stands firm in our commitment to support intra-African trade and investment, and in so doing, we're ready to support the government of South Africa and the South African private sector, the government of Gauteng, to ensure that there are adequate resources, both financial and non-financial, in place, not only to adapt to a world of continued turbulence, but also to thrive in a new business environment created by the AFCFTA. I already said, please include Afreximbank in the SA Inc. We're talking about, so that because that's the job that we do. I invite all of you to join us at the IATF2023 as sponsors, exhibitors, as we work together to realize the vision of an integrated and prosperous Africa. I'm optimistic that South Africa and the beautiful province of Gauteng will be strongly represented, and we look forward to seeing you in Cairo for IATF 2023. I'd like to end on this note and say, please take advantage of the opportunity. I often say that opportunity has a shelf life. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry.
Mecca, now it's always a challenge when you have such meaningful contribution and you actually have to end the time. Please, colleagues, if you could just give us 2 minutes. You know when they say, be careful what you say, I said something about my lights going out, and guess what? The central CPU literally went out. So now we have to fix it. So if you could just give us 2 minutes. Did that just go over you? I was giving myself props. Central CPU, lights, me functioning of everything. Okay, right. So let's just get 2 minutes so that we can deal with the DB machine technical problems we fix. I'm told in 2 minutes, and then we'll continue with the program. I do apologize. I know we've been keeping you waiting, but we will catch up on time somehow. Miracles. Ladies and gentlemen, I do apologize for cutting your quick photo op, catching up, chats, but we are ready to commence. Colleagues, may I ask that we please take our seats. Ntate Mbulelo, wa bona hore ko shebile. Ke kopa o dule fatshe ntate. Ambassador. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think without any further waste of time, we'll continue with the program. We really are doing our best to catch up on time. So again, I appeal to our speakers, if you could take pity on me, really. I know there's a lot to talk about, and I really would like to hear it. So, Premier, I'm trying to think what promises I can make that won't get me in trouble. How about I take it easy on anything that I might have to ask that may be adverse in future? If you shave off 2 minutes of your speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to the first citizen of Gauteng, the Honorable Mr. Panyaza Lesufi.
Are you well? Nice to see you. Thank you so much, Program Director Tsepiso. I can assure you, Tsepiso, I'm a man of few words, and I'm glad I'm going to use you as an excuse on the basis of what I'm going to say. Let me take this opportunity to thank and appreciate the Executive Vice President, Madam Kanyao Awani. Thank you so much, Madam, for the detailed, informative arrangements that you've put for our continent. We truly, truly and honestly appreciate that. I want to also thank our former Deputy President. If it was not here knocking at my door, persuading us to do things right, I doubt we'll be here this morning or this afternoon. I want to thank you, Madam Mambale Gambete, for everything that you've done for us. You remain tireless, you remain committed, not only to our country, but to our continent as well. Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge the presence of ambassadors, the presence of various formations, black business and other institutions that have been invited here. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an absolute honor to deliver this address to you, to the 2023 Intra-Africa Trade Fair. I'm not only humbled, but I feel honored that it's very important as we mark the 60th anniversary of the founding of the Organization of African Unity. That we are gathered here for one thing and one thing only, to make Africa work. That the time of Africa is now, and for it to happen, all of us must play our part. I'm indeed thrilled and excited with lots and lots of opportunities that have been presented. I'm happy that the moment has arrived where we can exhibit what we are capable of doing. And that moment has arrived to also share ideas and how we do business in terms of everything that we want to do and achieve. But I want to be a spoiler, and you'll blame it to the program director. I'm of the strong view that we must enter this important era. Less talk, more work. That if we can do what we say and not repeat what we say, we will be in a better position. And in achieving that strategic goal of less talk and more work, there are 5 areas that I want to present to you as quickly as possible, that I believe if we do them, all of us, and I have the honor to lead the provincial government of this province, Gauteng. And yesterday we had our cabinet meeting, and we finally approved these 5 areas and we want to share them with you. The first one is very key. We must ensure the cost of doing business, it's not too much in our province. 2, government must do what government must do and not create hiccups unnecessarily. 3, we must confront corruptions and delays head-on and not have excuses. 4, we must be competitive in everything that we do. And lastly, there must be clear role clarification so that people don't second-guess us on what we can do and what we can't do. We present this not only to create an environment that is conducive for Gauteng. We present this because we are now ready to engage with whoever that wants to engage with us. We've taken a posture that for Gauteng to prosper, there is no way that we can continue to do things the way we are doing them. Ladies and gentlemen, may I hide it? And I think the Deputy President correctly captured it. Our former Deputy President correctly captured it when he said to me when the lights went off, that load shedding does not have protocol. It just happens anytime anyway. And become embarrassing to invite people to invest when we can't even fix simple things like lights. And that is why we say government must do what government must do without expecting any favor and any progress. If government can't do what government must do, we are all doomed. The days and times of celebrating agreements are over. The days and times of celebrating transactions are within us. Those who want transactions don't want excuses. They want efficiency and they want systems that function. Those that are willing to engage with us in terms of financial trades, they don't need pettiness. They don't need history. They don't need things that will make us to feel comfortable. They want us to open our markets for them to trade. We therefore come to you as a province that is willing to welcome everyone that wants to do business with us. But we also come to you to present things that we believe will assist all of us to prosper and create opportunities for everyone. One thing that we want to emphasize and emphasize clearly, whatever that we want to do with you, we'll deal with it in a manner that will leave you impressed and happy with us. Whatever that we want to touch with us, we'll do it in a manner that will ensure after you have left the engagement with us, you will be impressed with our work. Whatever that we want to invest in, we are ready to ensure that that investment is worth it. Our only plea is one. If it's Africa's time, let that time be for everyone. We must not leave anyone behind. We must ensure the poorest of the poor in our informal settlements, in our townships, and most importantly in our hostels, they have a touch of this investment. If this investment can't change lives, then the investment is meaningless. If this investment can improve lives, then this investment is not worth chasing. As we make ourselves available as this provincial government for ideas, for investment, but most importantly, for creating opportunities for those that are unemployed and those that are less privileged, let's do so in a manner that will make all of us proud. As I go down, I want to say the time of talking is over. The time of implementation is now. The time of meeting to change or amend agreements is over. The time to strengthen business transaction, it's now. Count on us, not today, but forever. Thank you so much for your attention.
Premier, I think you deserve a rousing applause there. So, ba o bitsang papa action the ababa pa le gole. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I'm going to ask that our guests of honor and the panelists come up to the stage so that we have a photo op, and the rest of you can take a comfort break for 5 minutes. Please, let's make it 5 minutes. I think you would also like to hurry it along and get to the meaty part, the questions and answers, where you get to grill the panelists. So please, if you could be back, sorry, let me grab my watch. If you could be back at 12:25, please. Thank you. The panel honor, please come up for, and we can play the video on the Gauteng government now. No. And the panelists. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everybody. It was a healthy break, wasn't it? I said 5 minutes. I think I ended up giving you 20. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you who are outside, may I kindly ask you to join us back into the ballroom so that we can continue with the Roadshow Business Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please kindly ask you to come inside the hall if you are outside. Could you please take your seat if you are still standing? Esther Makumara, if you are still in the hall, may I ask you to please go to the back of the room to the technical team so that they can mic you if they have not mic'd you. All the panelists, if you're taking part in the panel discussion, please make sure that all the technical necessities are in place. Okay, I think we can go ahead and begin. Those of you who are still outside, I'm sure you battle it like thola pele, thola pambil. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard some very interesting and, I must say, substantive feedback, particularly about how far the IATF has gone and the AFCFTA have gone in terms of not only coherence in vision and policy, but ensuring that the various continental programs are speaking together. I was particularly fascinated about the progress we've made in the financial borders, how we are continuing to break that down, and that's really something that is of interest to me. We've been talking about an era of digitization, the post-COVID world, how we're making it more accessible and better for everyone, and how we are building on the successes of the vision, the milestones that we have set, but also how we're dealing with the various challenges, including productive capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to please ask to the stage to give us a message of support the Deputy Director General from the Department of Economic Development, Lerato Mataboge. Please give her a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Your Excellency, former Deputy President, Mebale Gambete, the Honorable Premier in absentia, as well as the Executive Vice President of Afrieximbank, my sister, Kanayo Awari, welcome. The CEO of GGDA, the leadership of Black Business Council, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me stand on previous protocol and greet all of you. Dumela. Dumela. Lega. Happy to have you here. I've been asked to provide a message of support, so it's quite an honor for me to be delivering this message on behalf of the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. Basically, the message that we've come with as a department is that Siyaya e Cairo. We are going to Cairo. We are taking our businesses to Cairo. South Africa will be very well represented in Cairo. There are two main reasons why we are committed, not only to the IATF, but also to Afreximbank. I think a little-known fact that my sister didn't share is that we are a shareholder in Afreximbank. As South African government, through our Export Credit Insurance Corporation, we hold what they call Category B shares. And some of our private sector entities like Standard Bank, etc., do have shares in the bank. So it behooves us to make sure that this bank succeeds in what it does. And I think you heard the different suites of interventions that the bank is offering on the continent. So I really encourage all of you to take advantage of it as private sector. Secondly, it's very important that we participate because we are fully behind, committed to, signatory to the Continental Free Trade Agreement, and we want to see it activated through facilitatory platforms such as the Intra-African Trade Fair. Now, there's another brother of ours called Professor Landry Sin, who's quite a deep research on AFCFTA. So I always mention this when I talk about it because for background reading for a lot of you, he's one of the leading researchers on this. And he always says that we must remember that the AFCFTA holds a promise for the continent. He says that this promise is of a symbiotic relationship between African private sector, international business, and people of the continent. So for us, we are mindful that the CFTA is going to accelerate trade and industrialization in Africa. And as a result, it's going to give us virtuous cycles that will emerge as a result of this process. One of which will be, of course, increased manufacturing and high skills job creation, which is a priority for us. It's going to result in better educational training and educational opportunities, and the development and the retention of local talent, leading to thriving local businesses. So for us, really, this promise of the CFTA is much bigger than just the mere exchange of goods and services, but around other virtuous cycles that it creates. Even more exciting that everybody talks about is the fact that by 2050, this continent will be 2.5 billion people, majority of whom will be under 19 years of age. And combined business and consumer spending will reach $16.12 trillion US. So it behooves us as African governments, as African private sector, for us to have a share of this and not just position our continent as a consumer market for everybody else to bring their product and get the value of this money. This money must remain on the continent and it must grow on the continent. Even more interesting is the World Bank prediction that making sure that the CFTA works through platforms such as IATF and many other interventions over the next 12 years, and 12 years is really not a long time, we could lift an additional 50 million people out of poverty. We could raise intra-Africa trade by up to 109%. And we could also increase international exports by 32%. All of this by 2035. Also, the CFTA by 2035 is projected to increase male wages by 8.5%, and women's wages are predicted to increase by 11.2% on average if we make the CFTA work. It's not a high number, but for me, the fact that there is going to be a direct positive impact on the value that women particularly derive out of this is very important. Third area as well for us as a government, and I'm sure you've heard different interventions by the President to say that export-led growth is a priority for South Africa. We believe that enterprises that export are globally competitive. They create sustainable jobs. They bring necessary skills and technology and know-how to our economy. So we are fully behind making sure that the AFCFTA works because it creates a platform then for us to grow our exporters. We are also fully behind the AFCFTA private sector engagement strategy that has identified high-impact sectors for industrial growth. Please do read that document, quite interesting. So the AFCFTA Secretariat has identified 4 high-impact growth areas, and these are the areas that we're going to make sure, and sectors that we're going to make sure that they are represented at the IATF. Automotive, and the value chain thereof, agriculture and agro-processing, pharmaceuticals, transport, and logistics. So what the Secretariat has calculated is that all these sectors cumulatively together, they represent $130 billion in goods and services imports. So annually, we import $130 billion from elsewhere to service these sectors. So it behooves us then to say, can we create homegrown industries? Can we create homegrown exporters for us to be buying among ourselves as Africans? Particularly around these sectors. So we, as I said, we want to make sure that we facilitate the value chains. We want to make sure that we showcase these sectors. And of course, we won't forget the creative industries, better, because that's a priority as well, as an additional, as we go en route to Cairo. Now, in preparation for Cairo, this is what we require. 1, we urge all of the provinces to bring and avail the best of their best manufacturers and exporters to showcase South Africa's industrial capabilities. We as a DTIC will facilitate the platform, but we need all provinces on board. I'm happy that Gauteng is here to heed the call, but similarly, we'll be making the call to all other provinces. Secondly, we rely on Afreximbank to provide the financial facilitation and advisory solutions that will enable our exporters to trade sustainably on the continent. So I was quite pleased with the breakdown of the suite of services that Afreximbank offers, because once we have showcased in AITF, we need to make sure that we move from contact to contract. We need to make sure that our exporters actually do sell product on the continent and globally. 3, we urge Afreximbank to partner with us during the BRICS exhibition in August this year. We actually have the BRICS Summit happening right here, Sandton Convention, in August. And the theme for South Africa's chairship of BRICS is actually BRICS and Africa. So it's important that we have the expression of our partnership and our leadership on the continent. So we look forward to working together with Afreximbank to give expression to that. We will have a BRICS exhibition, exhibiting South African and other African goods and services to the rest of the world and BRICS members. So we open up that opportunity so that en route to Cairo, we start here when we have BRICS in South Africa and additional 20 heads of states that are expected to come. Similarly, we as a government, of course, we committed to concluding the negotiations of the CFTA. And we are fully committed to an Africa that is rising, and will support any partner that works with us to make sure that our integration is a meaningful one. So finally, one thing that we need to make sure of and that we are mindful of is to make sure that youth and women-owned businesses are provided with deliberate opportunities at the IATF. So we will have carve-outs for women-owned businesses and for youth, because if we are not intentional, these groups tend to be left behind, and it's just talk. So that's a priority for us. So in conclusion, everybody, we will meet in Cairo in November. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lerato Mataboge, the DDG from the Department of Economic Development. And you heard of Ian Komba. If you're not in Cairo, you will see to finish. So please get your affairs in order. We're going to have a panel discussion. It was supposed to be an hour, but that's not going to happen, as optimistic as I'd like to be. I'm going to ask Sis Esther Makamura from Afreximbank. She's a client relations Southern Africa executive there. She is going to give us a presentation. I'm going to ask her to be brief because I believe you're also taking part in the panel discussion. So just save some of your gems for the panel discussion. If you could just please give her a warm round of applause so that we can learn a little bit more from her, some of the projects that they've undertaken and some of the wins they've garnered.
Your Excellency, Madam Baleka Mbete, Honorable Premier of Gauteng, Panyazela Lefusi, my Executive Vice President, Mrs. Kanaya Awani, all government officials here present, all protocols observed. Thank you very much for allowing me to be here. Permit me firstly to thank my Executive Vice President for outlining the mission and the vision of Afrieximbank, which has made my job this morning very easy in terms of delivering this message to you. I will take you through some of our bank offering products in terms of the products that we offer to our customers. In the banking sector, we offer what we call the Afrieximbank Trade Facilitation Facility, which is our AFTRAF, which is really an LC confirmation line, which banks can get from the bank and which they can use to then on lend to their customers. We confirm LCs. We do understand that there are challenges in terms of confirmation lines with most of the European banks pulling out of Africa. So this is the realization of why we came up with this product. It's called the AFRA program. We also provide on-lending facilities to banks, which allow them to on-lend to customers who are exporters, customers who are in manufacturing, customers who are importers. This facility is a facility whereby the banks come, we assess them, and we give them a facility for on-lending to their customers. So those are some of the interventions we have. We also offer guarantee facilities, where we guarantee facilities or co-lend with other lenders, even commercial banks, even the likes of DBSA, IDC, all those institutions, we can co-lend together. I will take you through some of our product offering in terms of what we offer our corporate clients. Under the corporate clients, we are able to also offer direct facilities and interventions to corporate companies requiring money for exports, for improving export development. We also offer money for manufacturing companies, for companies in mining, for companies that want to develop into new markets, which is what my Executive Vice President spoke about in terms of facilitation. So those are some of our interventions to companies. We also offer what we call the construction tourism relay facilities, which is a facility earmarked for the tourism industry, where we come together with tourism companies or companies that are interested in developing hotels in the hospitality sector. We offer a standby LC, which they then use to get financing. This facility is over 10 years, and it also protects, it also assists in terms of improving our service. We also offer what we call the construction medical tourism-linked facility, which is a facility that the bank offers to the medical center. We realize that medical interventions are very key. You realize most of Africans today, they are flying to India, they're flying to Europe to access medical services. So this is the thinking behind this product, to say, why not create our own African medical centers of excellence where our people can go, and we build a center of excellence for cancer, a center of excellence to treat blood pressure, a center of excellence to treat diabetes. So this is really the thinking behind our ConMed product. I will also talk about, ladies and gentlemen, our project and asset-based funding initiative, where we offer facilities for energy in the energy sector. We are able to finance new projects. We are all able to finance expansion. We are also able to finance air transport. This is in terms of aeroplanes, marine cargo. We are also able to do rail infrastructure. You will note, ladies and gentlemen, that today one of the barriers to trade is actually the availability of rail infrastructure. You'll find that from South Africa to Zimbabwe, the trains here can carry 8 wagons, but the minute they get to the Zimbabwean border, they have to decouple the cargoes because the railway line cannot support 80 cargo wagons at a time. So it is in line with this that we offer facilities to the rail for development of rail infrastructure as well as moving stock. We also offer support in terms of project finance for iron and steel projects. We also look at cement manufacturing companies as well as oil and gas and mining. Like my vice president mentioned earlier, we also, sorry, I didn't realize this was, okay, thank you. We also look at, we've got an SME development program, which is born out of the realization that our SMEs were not benefiting from the products and initiatives being offered by most of the commercial banks. They are left out. So in this regard, we came up with an SME product which seeks to help our SMEs, both small scale and medium scale, to develop and hopefully make them corporates. Under this initiative, we work with commercial banks. We do not provide funding directly to the SMEs. We work with commercial banks who then help us to roll out programs and initiatives for the SME sector. We also offer what we call a project preparation facility, which is born out of the realization that today we have a lot of projects in Africa, but a lot of them are not receiving or not getting them receiving funding or getting to a stage where they can be funded, largely due to the fact that they cannot be bankable. In this regard, the bank saw that while we are developing Africa, this was lacking. So we do offer a project preparation facility up to a limit of 2 million, where we work with promoters from their projects from concept to get it to bankability. The advantages of this is once we've worked with you to get your project to bankability, we don't leave you there. We also then take on board your product, take it with us. Either we put it in our project finance team if it's a project-based. We take it to our export development team. We take it to our Intra-African trade team. So this is really one of the ways we are helping Africa to develop. Recently, last year, we launched what we call the Afreximbank Trade Payment Services product, AFPay. The thinking behind this product is that we offer confirmation lines. We are able to do payments for our customers in the diaspora. We are able now to do confirmations of payments, because one of the realizations we also have is that a lot of the international banks are no longer doing international payments for the local banks, because they deem Africa to be risky. So Afrieximbank has come up with its own product to try and help local banks in terms of ensuring that payments are done on time, in terms of ensuring, so our AFPay product works in that we are able to receive payments from commercial banks. We are able to settle them and then take them through the whole clearing process without really needing an international bank to do that on our behalf. In terms of the services we now currently offer as a bank, I'm delighted to let you know that we do have Vostro accounts for banks. We now offer current accounts. So anyone in this room who's interested in opening a current account with Afrieximbank, please see me after this presentation. We'll be happy to facilitate the opening of that account. So also as part of the accounts we open, in case you're interested in savings, we offer call accounts, we offer fixed deposit accounts, and we are working on an overdraft product, which I think will be of interest to anyone who's interested in doing export or export-related business, especially using the major currencies of US dollar, rand, and euro. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time. I know we're running behind time, but these are some of the products that the bank offers to you. Thank you.
Sit. Please sit. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mayor Esther. If I could please invite all the other panelists to come and join Ms. Makamura so that we can continue with the panel discussions. You can sit wherever you may. Andre Leroux from IKS Cultural Consulting, Mike Whitfield, President, African Automotive Association Manufacturers, Nancy Maluleka, who's the CEO of Joburg City Power, Gregory Mufokeng, VP Black Business Council, and I think those are the panelists. If you want to volunteer yourself, we can consider your application. I think we can give them a much warmer round of applause than that, no? So we're just waiting on Nancy Maluleka. Is she? Oh, there we are. So colleagues, just a reminder of the House rules again, but this panel discussion is really looking at unlocking opportunities under the AFCFTA for South Africa's manufacturers, exporters, investors, creatives, and of course, automotive players. So I will ask a question each of the panelists, and after which I'm going to bring it to the floor. Please remember to identify yourself, your organization, to whom you're posing the question, so that we can get as much value out of this. It's not me asking the questions, it's you and your burning questions. Are you all happy with that? Okay, so let me sit a little closer. Is that okay? Yes. All right, so Ms. Maluleka, perhaps let me start with you. I think it's because it was a conversation that was had, on the sidelines, and I caught wind of the conversation, and the Premier also spoke about it. Yes. But how do we say to the rest of the continent, and that is not to say that they don't have the same challenges when it comes to the energy availability factor and the cost of doing business as a result. I know there are various roles that City Power plays, but where do you see yourselves as City Power in facilitating greater ease of doing business and reducing the cost, given the challenges that we're facing now?
Thank you, and greetings to everybody and all protocol observed. My name is Nancy Maluleka, as indicated, and I'm the COO of City Power. And indeed, I think electricity or power is a key challenge for the country. And we are also on the critical path to enable economic development. So in terms of City Power from a municipal entity perspective, we understand that ESCOM has got generation capacity constraints, and with the new regulations that the Minister and DMRE and NERSA has allowed for the municipalities to also do self-generation. As City Power, we have an energy mix strategy that we have approved and that we are executing. I think the Premier did emphasize that time for policies and frameworks are done. We are on execution mode from a City Power perspective. So we partner with our large power users who can sell access power to our grid We are open for wheeling, which means that even private power developers can develop a generation capacity and wheel through our network and sell to our customers. In-house, we are also doing own use generation like your PV and battery storage to ensure that we also curb their own use generation costs and to allow for the customers to then be able to get power on the other hand. We are also embarking on energy efficiency initiatives to ensure that we can drive the minimum use or use equipment that would then use lesser energy so that we can maximize on the output. We've got load management initiatives as well, where we are going to partner with our customers from large power users and residential and commercial customers that we use, we go on the time of use tariff to be able to manage the peak and reduce the peak demand challenges.
No, Mr. Mofokeng, I can see you. I don't know if you are thinking very hard, but I can see you rub your beard, deep in thoughts there.
Yeah.
And you are lamenting the lack of support for black business earlier on, and you're speaking about also the either lack of availability. But I'm just thinking in all of that Ms. Maluleka has been saying, is there policy certainty? We know that not only post-COVID, small to medium enterprises have suffered the most, but this is the worst load shedding that we've experienced as a country. And although government has come up with various mechanisms to deal head on with the problem, there's still a challenge to the issue of policy certainty. I was speaking earlier on about vision coherence. So we are having all of these grand plans, but as Black Business Council, do you think that there is something for you to work with that will enable you to benefit from the AFCFTA?
Most definitely. I think there's quite a lot that we can benefit from. And I think the first issue is obviously the access to the markets that are there on the continent. Of course, we do have challenges here at home. And we want our SMMEs to look at the opportunities through that prism, that you are now having another market to service on the continent, and notwithstanding the challenges that we have here at home. And so when one looks at the actual agreement, the instruments that are there to enable trade to happen, we think that there is definitely policy certainty. Of course, more needs to be done in terms of how do we provide that support to South African SMMEs and for them to be able to do work and to supply goods and services on the continent. So yes, there is certainty because the agreement is in place. Countries are individually depositing their instruments. We think we'll get there. So there's certainty, but more can be done.
What more ought to be done?
So I think one of the things that we need to do as South Africa, for instance, is to make sure that we enable our guys by making sure that where they want to trade, there is support. So, for instance, let me make an example with Ethiopia, where I've just been recently. We don't have a trade attaché in Ethiopia, which is a problem. All right, because when a South African arrives there, you need to have market intelligence. And the embassy is there to provide that kind of support. So from a South African perspective, we need to make sure that that support is there. And also to make sure that there are these, agreements in place so that your investment can be protected. In case, something happens in that country, there are these agreements that countries enter into to protect each other's investments. So that, for instance, is not in place with Ethiopia, and it's a problem. So as a country, we need to make sure that all of those systems are in place to enable our SMMEs and our corporates to do business in those countries.
Mr. Leroux, I haven't forgotten about you playing some musical chair. Mr. Whitfield, let me come to you. I was looking earlier on at what was said, let me not say earlier on, a couple of months ago, 5 key trends for buyers in Africa. And part of what was mentioned was withdrawal of funds from China, for instance, how that's also leaving the door open for more Western investors. And Ms. Matabogo was speaking earlier on about the BRICS summit. And I was just thinking, how does that all work? Particularly if we're saying we're in a so-called post-pandemic world, but we know the WHO said recently that that's not necessarily the case. We saw the disruptions that occurred in the various value chains because of the pandemic. We have another disruption in a different form, and I don't want to belabor the point, the fact that I just want to understand manufacturers in South Africa, how are they weathering the storms, and how are they looking to the AFCFTA to overcome some of these challenges, particularly in terms of manufacturing capacity?
First of all, good afternoon to everyone, and it's really great to be here and representing the AAAM, which is the Africa Association of Automotive Manufacturers. And the point you make, yes, there's obviously a lot of renewed interest in Africa. Yes, the Chinese maybe not to the same extent, and I think those of you who were able to join the AFCTA Business Forum in Cape Town a couple of weeks ago, which really gave and brought to life what is happening on this continent and the interest in investing in this continent. And what we are seeing from an automotive perspective is a lot of interest from other countries wanting to participate in the reality of what is a reality, the AFCTA. It's happening. It is very much happening. If we look at automotive, we talk about a continent that today sells just over 1.2 million new vehicles. You relate that to India, similar, while it's one country, but if we relate the Indian population GDP, it sells close on 3+ million vehicles versus our one. So it's a huge opportunity for this country. We have 42, this continent, we have 42 vehicles per 1,000 people on this continent versus a global average of 180. So there are huge opportunities for automotive and automotive for Africa. And if we look, and your question is what are we doing in South Africa to capitalize on that? South Africa is without doubt the leading automotive manufacturer in Africa. Morocco may debate that, but if you would take the two countries, Morocco and South Africa, they really are the two hubs of automotive manufacturing in Africa. So today, South Africa has a unique advantage to participate and join in the benefits of what AFCTA are going to give. However, one key element of that is competitiveness. So we have to ensure that we continue to focus on our competitiveness. No one else is sitting back. And let me quote 3 examples. While we have South Africa and Morocco, Egypt has very recently announced a very, very strong automotive program for the whole value chain. Ghana, as we know, has implemented one last year. Ivory Coast has just announced they are going ahead. And last night, the Federal Council, Executive Council in Nigeria approved the auto policy and strategy for Nigeria. So the point I'm really making is today, as South Africa, the South African manufacturing industry, as automotive, we have a unique advantage in that we are certainly the leaders in the African continent. But if we don't focus on that competitiveness improvement, if we don't take the opportunity that the Continental Free Trade Agreement is going to offer us, there are others are certainly really awake and are really moving very fast. We need to take that opportunity now, very much so.
Andrew, so, and this is very much contemporary discussion in South Africa at the moment, the role of the arts. I'm thinking here of soft power. We often talk about hard power and how much Africa can influence the rest of the world to be Afrocentric. So we are building the system that we have to actually, in some cases, convince ourselves that this is the prime market. What is the state of the soft power that we have, I think, within our African borders, particularly in terms of its currency? do you think we're doing enough? I mean, I'm just thinking of the rules of origin. One of the things that we're lagging in terms of agreement, textiles industry. A lot of us ladies here, this is how we express ourselves. We wear Ankara, African print, but there are still challenges even in those, and I'm not reducing it to that, but I'm just asking, how aware are we of the currency of our soft power as Africa?
On the one hand, there's the arts, there's culture, there's heritage, and there's understanding that it lays the foundation for trade and for soft power. On the other hand, the creative industries are an industry. Intellectual property is fostered by this industry. The biggest collection society on the African continent is in South Africa, only second to Algeria. As we look at mobility of artists, or we look at mobility of rail, or we look at mobility of the airways, we need to look at mobility of revenue. And other creative industries as a prime example as to how you look at the mobility of intellectual property, the mobility of revenue, and the huge incomes we can generate, and the huge amount of, and I say income, and I say work, like the Premier says, because quite often our paradigms are wrong in how we measure. We measure jobs, we don't measure work. So the soft power is also economic. Major artists like Miriam Makeba was never in a job, but she created a lot of wealth. Yuma Sakela was not in a job, and SAMRO, the music rights organization, has 20,000 members who aren't in jobs, but they create work. So coming back to something the Premier spoke about, understanding the informal economies is how we're going to generate income to individuals. We can't only focus on industrialization. We can't only focus on the higher levels of trade. I also want to say thank you to one of the premier cultural ambassadors, Mbete. You haven't just been the president. I'm aware how much you've done for the cultural sector and the creative industries. And that's what culture does also. Visiting Izivavane is not about what you do and how much money you make. You need to consider why you are doing it. A little bit further down the road, there's a museum with a rhino that fits into the palm of your hand. It's golden, so it's worth a lot, the golden rhino. But it also talks not about 1972 or 1964. It talks about ancient empires that have traded. It speaks about the importance of culture in symbolism and identity. Now getting back to your question. We speak about other people coming to the continent, and when I travel, if I go to Addis, or if I go to Ghana, or if I go to Senegal, and if I go to Mali, there is a Goethe Institute, there's an Alliance Française, there's a French Cultural Center. There's an understanding that before the trade happens, there's an engagement in seeing people, there's an engagement in culture, and that's not just soft power. There's an engagement to know that you lay the basis of trade by having a relationship. And that's where we need to acknowledge how much was Miriam Makeba's speech at the United Nations worth in financial terms? How much was it worth in bringing the continent together? So it's important that we understand, and also thank you to the bank for the amount of creative industries activity that's there, but it lays the basis for us to be able to come in with the harder stuff, with the industrialization.
Thank you very much, Andre. Mr. Makamura, so we had Mayor Awan say earlier on, just in terms of the work that's been done, the new payment systems, and I mentioned the breaking down of financial borders. But there's a school of thought that the trade interactions here on the continent, particularly within the regional communities, are concentrated amongst a few groups. And also if you look at the level of development, the playing field is not level. And I'm also talking about the educational campaigns. It's all very well and good, and I think it was mentioned earlier on that civil society, the grassroots, need to be the impetus behind the AFCFTA. How are we going to bridge that gap? because we are in our comfort zones, we have our own inherent biases. How are we going to overcome that from an economic standpoint through these financial systems that we're building?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. When you look at the AFCFTA, it is true that as Africans, when we are sitting here, we look at ourselves as maybe South Africa, not as part of Africa, maybe not as part of Botswana, not as part of Zimbabwe, not as part of Malawi. But what we don't realize is the power that exists if we unite, which is really the concept behind the AFCFTA. And it is important that we have engagements such as this in different countries where we sit and we really talk about the benefits of AFCFTA to the people. Not only is it going to benefit the countries, it will also benefit the people sitting within these countries. They'll be able to showcase their skills, not only to, if you're in Southern Africa, but someone in Southern Africa is able to then showcase what they can do in North Africa, in East Africa, in West Africa. So it is important for us to break those financial barriers. It is important to expose our people to all the different countries, and the AFCFTA coming in is coming to break those barriers of trade, because a lot of trade does not happen because we've got also barriers between each of the countries. For example, I think there was an issue mentioned this morning when we were having one of the discussions with DDEG about visas, for example. A visa today is actually a trade and disenabler, because sometimes when you have to travel from Nigeria to South Africa, you need a visa. So we hope that these are the issues that the AFCFTA will address, because it's financial. We need our people to be able to move within the continent. We need our people to be able to trade within the continent. They need to understand what's happening in other countries. They need to understand that beyond their countries, there are trade opportunities, which is how then the coming in of the AFCFTA agreement is trying to see that we harmonize our standards, such that if I am going to buy a shirt in South Africa, it's the same standard that I will get in Kenya. It is the same standard that I'll get in Egypt. So really, in terms of educational and financial awareness, we need to make our people aware. We need to have a lot of these engagements where we sit, where we talk about this, even in our homes. You'll be shocked. Yesterday, when we went out with Mama Betsy, you know, she involved the young people. We need to involve our young people, help them understand what we are doing as part of AFCFTA, such that it's not just a conversation for us as the elderly people.
What are you doing as Afreximbank in terms of financial literacy in these areas?
In terms of financial literacy, Afreximbank has created a training academy where people can actually log in, get training, get access to information. We have a trade information portal where you are able to log in, get information about trade. We are encouraging our youths, we are encouraging our governments to take advantage of these products. We are encouraging them to say we have a lot to offer. You know, take part in the seminars that Afreximbank does. We hold a lot of roadshows in the different countries. And roadshows like the one we are having today, the activities we had yesterday, open not only the business people to what Afreximbank can do, but also our youths. Because without them, they are our future, and we need to integrate them so that as we are moving, they move with us. We don't want to leave anyone behind as part of the AFCFTA.
So I'm going to take questions now. If I could get a roving mic or two, and okay, I already see there's a hand up. Do I have a roving mic, or perhaps let me use this so long? And please remember to identify yourself and to whom you're posing the question. To this gentleman here. Are there any? I'll take 5 questions. Okay, I see a hand there. Is it possible to have more lighting? I know it's all romantic and everything, but so that we can see each other, you know. Okay, you can. So if you can just stand, if you don't mind, so that I can. Is it not on? No. You can use this one. Let's. Here, why don't you use this one so long?
It's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, Tsepiso. My name is Daniel. I'm from an organization called TOHS Consulting. Actually, I had a couple of questions for most of our panelists, but for now I'll go with just one.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, my question is directed to Afreximbank. Thank you for the lovely presentation. And for the record, I was there in Durban in 2021. What you're doing for the continent is lovely. However, the one burning issue inside me, which is being burning for a while now, is elephant in the room, which most of the finance guys or the bankers, when they speak, they tend to overlook, or maybe they ignore it deliberately, I don't know. The issue of currency. Do you guys have maybe plans to introduce one currency which will unite the whole continent? Because you've been talking about figures, and at the end of the day, you still talk about the American dollars while we're looking things at the African context. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next question, there was a gentleman there at the back. If we could just get a microphone to him. Perhaps let me just come to the podium so I can see the people whose hands are up. Okay, I see a hand here. And I see a hand here. Yes, so let's start with the gentleman there who's standing up. Please bring the microphone to him.
Thank you very much. My name is Tafazoa. I am a PhD economics student with Wits University. And my question again is sitting with the person holding the purse for Africa. And my question is in probably trying to unlock what the honorable member sitting at my extreme right would probably want to hear. In as much as you want to facilitate trade within Africa and the interaction of African countries, when I was looking at the projects that are funded by the Afreximbank, I didn't see anything that is in relation to probably funding of power. Do you have anything that is probably towards funding production of power? Because I feel almost every African country has got a chronic of a power crisis. Then one question to...
Okay, I think we're just going to end it there. We're not really being generous today.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. There was a hand that was up here earlier.
Hello.
If you've got the mic, you can take it away.
Thank you very much. Carl Carter, CEO of Snake Nation. We're a culture, content, and technology company. Our focus on helping young creators enter the creative economy. So this question is for Afreximbank. Just curious on your programs you may have for generating the creative economy here on the continent, and then as well on cultural exports and technology. Thank you.
Okay. May I please ask that we spread the love? As you can see, we have many other panelists, so I'm going to actually hand over some of the questions to the other panelists so that nobody feels left out. I certainly feel left out because nobody's posed a question to me. But yes, you can go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Mabusa Malodani. I'm the director of Shy Boy Project Management. My question is to you, Madam Esther. Oh, Stepi, so you look sexy, by the way.
Oh, I like this one.
Madam Esther, I've got a company in South Africa and in Mauritius and in Kigali. And my biggest problem is I invest my money in Kigali. If I'm in South Africa, I have no access to that money. Now, you want us to invest in Africa, yet our banks are not talking the same language. There's not a South African bank in East Africa, but yet only Ghana is the only one that has got your Standard Bank, your EPSA, and your FNB. So for me, if we are going to invest, especially as a small business, as a woman-owned business, how are we going to go there? Because my money, I don't want to mess with my money. If I'm living with my money in another country, I want to be able to access it just like the same way when I access my money in Europe. So that is the first place that I want to know that looking at the Afreximbank, what are the plans there so we can be able to know what we can give solutions to. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to take one last question from this end. Okay.
There are so many.
But you can see ESCOM is doing me bad. I can't see who had their hand up first. Okay, so let me do this. Honestly, there was a gentleman who had his hand up on this end first. So I'll give the microphone on this end, and then I'll take 2 questions because I'll come to you in just a moment. This is 2 seconds. That's how long he's going to take with his question. Just look at him like that. Yes, sir. Do you have a microphone?
Yes.
No? Oh, no, it was actually this gentleman here. I'm sorry, I hate to do this to you, but...
My hand was up to you.
Okay. He's being generous. He's allowing you to go ahead. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Kareso Mampa. I represent Daily Grades Co., which is my startup, and we're formulating a 100% localized vanadium redox flow battery. My question will be... Oh, by the way, I'm also doing my postgraduate studies, so we're focusing on formulating a ion exchange membrane, which backs the 100% vanadium flow battery. My question will go to Ntate Mofokeng. How much priority of local or African content do you think should be taken into consideration when supporting these businesses for African trade?
Okay. So, do you have a microphone?
Yeah, I have a microphone. I'm spreading the love.
But I thought you were spreading the love away from you, not towards you.
I think it's commendable.
Okay, so you're having a youth-centered approach to... Okay.
Yes, I'll be quick and short.
Please be very
spreading
quick.
the love to Mark Whitfield, just around the approach on black ownership within the automotive sector. I understand that there's a couple of equity equivalent applications with the TTI, and it's 2 things. It's one is the ownership of the sector in terms of local beneficiation, whether history has shown us that it doesn't really assist if it's the EEAP programs, and we should really look at platforms to engage with interested local investors and entrepreneurs. The second question to that is, on the industrialization policy of the country, can we not look at a different approach for the EEAP programs if there's some that will go ahead and be approved, that we look at solutions like this gentleman over here, where you look at actually creating new factories to support the NEV programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'm literally going to take just 2 questions. Mama, will allow you. You look like you deserve it, but I need to give it to somebody there at the back. I'm sorry. Because there was a hand. All right, so you can ask your question, but please let's bring the microphone down to this end when we're done.
Thank you, Tebi. My name is Atondo Madlopa, and I am from Madlopa Brand Reputation Management and Limivis Holdings. This question is for Mr. Whitfield. What do you think the impediment is with Roslyn Hub and how it actually hasn't, after so many years, actually gotten going? I mean, we have Silverton currently, and Silverton, the project is great and the community is benefiting, but with Roslyn Hub, we've had so much investment, but the only impediment can't be a building of one road in Roslyn. And also, how do you intend on educating the community and the SMMEs with regards to how they can access the African Free Trade Agreement? Thank you very much, Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you. So if we could just have the final question for now here. No, sir, not right now. Maybe the next round, not now. I've got a lady here who has been eyeing me.
Thank you, Tepi. My name is Cindy Samzamo. I'm the global president of an organization called the Circle of Global Businesswomen. Mama, thank you very much for such a wonderful session for today. And why I am actually speaking, I'm just commenting, I don't have a question.
Okay, let's make it quick.
Thank you very much. I think at Tepi, such sessions must not end here. And after this session, we need more of these to women and young people. And also understanding that the future of Africa is on young people. So we need to have more sessions in South Africa and across the continent to deal with these issues that are actually coming in terms of women empowerment and youth empowerment. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So let's, Ms. Makamara, let's start with you. There was an issue about the single currency and questions around banks talking to one another and the financing of energy. But I thought if you could also just perhaps borrow from the Pan-African payments and settlement systems, how far are we in? I think these are some of the overarching objectives of that plan. So maybe if you could just speak to that, please.
You can take it.
All right. Ms. Awan, shall we get you a microphone?
Although I don't know how a single currency, are you a businessman? How does it affect your business? I'm not sure I understand the question, but let me try. It's not, a single currency requires institutions. You require an African central bank. You require an African monetary fund, and these are all plans of the African Union, to get them put in place. But they are not there today, But there's, we take steps towards the progress we want. It's not going to happen at once. You have a free trade area today, and you can operate with the currency that we're using. The Chinese come to Africa and trade in dollars. The Indians come and trade in. What's the problem of Africa's trading today? So those institutions have to happen before we can do a currency. But it's in the path. You have to have a free trade area, you go into a customs union, and you have to have those institutions. In fact, those institutions have their headquarters, and maybe Madam Mbete will probably know better, have their headquarters already set where they will be. But they have to be institutionalized by the African Union. But today, in South Africa, we lend in rand. If you want rand, we lend to you. We have to be practical about this thing, so it's not become, we lend in rand. We lend today in rand, and we lend in dollars, as well as we lend in euro. We have capacity to lend in local currencies, if you so want, because we understand that if you're not generating foreign exchange, you may run into challenges borrowing in dollars. So that should solve the basic problem the South African has today, now, because we need to start now, So on PAPS, the Pan-African Payment Settlement System, like I mentioned, is piloting in the West African Monetary Zone. But what we're trying to do is to also, and has started operations in the zone, but we're trying to link the system to other countries, and it is a central bank-led initiative. It will also depend on central banks joining the Pan-African Payment System, but today is piloting. And I didn't mention, or during my speech, that we are backing it up in a WAMP with $500 million for settlement, because it's to protect liquidity. If people want to, you need to ensure that they have liquidity to settle. And then for the continent, when it becomes operational around the continent, it will be $3 billion. I hope that helps.
All right. Thank you.
You want a common currency today? What single currency today? I think for your businesses, you're covered now, unless because it's going to be challenging. Remember, to have a foreign currency, it's not going to be easy. Remember, we have CFA in West Africa. You have to have proper reserves to back those currencies. Okay. It's not just a currency for the sake of it, And then ECO was just introduced. ECO is not functioning.
Thank you very much, Meawani. So, Mr. Leroux, can I get you to answer the question about generating income for the creative industries?
Generating income for the creative industries.
Just to hear your thoughts about it.
Often in the arts and entertainment industry, we look at funding and being funded. There's a lot of wealth being generated at the moment. There's a little song called Jerusalema, which is also something that looked at trade on the continent without people realizing. When that song pivoted, when we all started dancing to it, the reason we did so was because of a group in Angola called Los Fenómenos. They did the first dance. So there was a little bit of trade happening. When that song pivoted again, it pivoted because of Burna Boy in Nigeria, who did the remix, and then that song pivoted again. It generated income over 18 months, more than most songs would ever generate. Burna Boy now sold out in, I think it's the O2 Arena in Europe, somewhere in Europe, and he sold out before Beyonce did. So there's real income to be made, there's real business to be had on the continent, there's real investment that's taking place. The CEO of Universal Music left Universal recently, and he went to join Naomi Campbell, and their record company focusing on Africa and African artists is underwritten by $1 billion US. So there's money to be made in the arts, in the creative industries, in the entertainment industries. But one of the things we need to look at in film, in book publishing, and in music is not only inter and intra-African trade, but how do we build the companies that can access markets abroad?
So let me just latch onto that. Andre, you were speaking, we were speaking about digitization and the AFCFTA earlier on. I'm wondering about artificial intelligence, things like ChatGPT. I saw something, ChatGPT saying that there was a song that was created that was touted as Drake's and another artist, and they actually, there was a lot of money made from it until their studios actually had to say, hang on, they used AI to create that sound, but it wasn't theirs. So money actually went somewhere and not, well, it's a bot in this case in terms of AI, but how do we circumvent some of those challenges that are in our future? If we talk about the future work, these are some of the things that we have to.
There's the current challenges, and this is where the arts, entertainment, and the music industries is quite key. When we talk digitization, not only in companies, and we talk online and online revenues, we produced a report as IKS in July of 2020 in terms of live streaming and the benefits to companies, distributors, publishers, and the record companies. So I won't go into the detail of that report, but we then republished a better report in November of last year. And in that report, it spoke about the potential, it spoke about the risks, it spoke about the gaps, and one of the major gaps we have happening at the moment is the gaps in copyright legislation. One of the things I'd love to encourage the bank to do is to look at uniformity of legislation and regulation across the continent, especially with intellectual property. Talking about the AI that's taking place, it was the song by Drake and The Weeknd. That song was created by AI, and then the song was removed by the record companies. So not much money was made. It takes quite a while to generate the income.
But some was made, huh?
Some was made by something.
No, but I just, it was just the concept for me that's interesting.
Can I just get to the learning there? The learning is that AI is going to change most of the sectors. It's going to change it in interesting ways. And it starts with the music industry in terms of the tech stuff.
All right.
And I think it's a good example.
I'm going to cut you off, Andre. Thank you, though. Ntate Mofokeng, priority to local markets while we take part in this whole exercise of the AFCFTA.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get to that question, I just wanted to provide context to our colleagues from Afreximbank. Madam Awami, the reason why you have so many questions coming to you is because, especially as black businesses in this country, we have trauma when we're dealing with banks. We are traumatized. We have been abused and misabused and all of these things. So just understand the context where the questions are coming from, because the commercial banks in our country are more than happy to take our money when we deposit and do savings. But when it comes to funding us, it's a struggle. And that is why we are excited about you being here, because now we are going to do business with you and you are going to support us so that we can meaningfully play in the economy. Because as I said earlier, if you don't have access to funding, you are not going to crack it in the business world. So please understand that, and I really do want your team to answer sufficiently questions that are coming, because these are entrepreneurs who need access to finance so that they can be able to play in the economy. So please deal with our trauma there. I think it's Kagiso. So Kagiso, the level of local content varies. It depends on what goods and services you are offering. Ideally, we aim for 100%, but sometimes it's not possible. So let's look at the industry that you are in, lithium battery manufacturing sector. You will know that we don't have lithium deposits in the country. Our neighbors do, Zimbabwe, and we have, for instance, Musina Makado, special economic zone, where, in fact, processing and value addition is going to be made. The problem with that is that the investment comes from China. Okay, so ideally someone like yourself should be setting up in the SEZ to do processing. So get the lithium from Zimbabwe and then do value addition this side and then be able to supply the market. So it really varies on the type of goods and services that you want to offer. And so if you look at your industry, for instance, it can never be 100%, but maybe we can do 60%, 70%, depending on what value addition are you going to do in the country.
All right. Ms. Maluleka, may I get you to just share your thoughts? I see you are nodding on that, and maybe if you want to also jump in on the issue of financing of energy, if you have some insights to share.
Okay, thank you. I think the audience has hit the nail because what inhibits a lot of the businesses, especially black businesses, from participating even in the energy sector, is the lack of funding. So, especially in our engineering world, manufacturing also is a challenge. We have delayed projects because we have to order equipment from Germany. We don't have local manufacturers, and even the ones that are there, they cry because of lack of funding. But they do have institutions which are not fully funded or fully equipped for them to participate meaningfully. So every time there's a bid, they always fall short because of a lack of capacity, lack of funding. So I think the issue of beneficiation as well is a good step towards fully developing manufacturing and also funding even the basic projects, like just doing a mere electrification. A lot of the black businesses do not have the resources from a funding perspective.
Okay. Mike, I haven't forgotten you. There are two questions for you, Ms. Whitfield. Black ownership in the automotive sector and also Rosenhub. I think it's Rosenhub or Rosenhub?
Well, there were two aspects.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite catch the question. One was on Roslyn, but the other one was how do we ensure that manufacturing businesses here also in the automotive value chain participate in the AFCT. The first one in terms of black ownership. As an industry in South Africa, we've established 2 years ago the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund. And it's a venture fund. It has the aim of developing both upstream and downstream in the automotive industry, black-owned businesses. The fund is, the key aspects of it is, number one is OEMs. We commit to an offtake, and that's always a very big challenge of any startup. Obviously providing technical support, and very importantly also finding other access to markets. So I'd encourage anyone who has interest in supplying the auto industry as a startup to get in touch with the fund or through any of the OEMs, because it's there just for that reason, to establish, and it's a very substantial fund to establish that ownership both up and downstream, but more importantly, to ensure that there's success in it. That's number one. Number two is, and I must use this opportunity to also recognize the role that Afrieximbank have been playing in the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement, particularly in automotive, and they have a fund, I think if it's correct, it's $1 billion available to support the formation of automotive in the value chain. That is, we really need to find ways of working together to access that.
But is there a specific lens for black business? I think that was also the question.
Sorry, is
for
there?
For black business.
Specific?
Lens that looks at black business and looks at how it can help them get them into the
This is the, from an automotive point of view, it's
Yes.
the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, of which the 7 founders are the 7 manufacturers in this country, which provide the funding to it. And it operates as a venture fund, but only for up and downstream in automotive industry and black ownership.
Right.
So it's there. Then the other point is, how do we ensure that manufacturing industries in this country can participate in the value chain of the automotive value chain we create in Africa. First and foremost, rules of origin, which are hopefully going to be finalized very shortly, will ensure 40% Africa originating content. That's one very important point. To your point, we can't obviously enjoy every aspect of 100%, but certainly minimum will be 40%. Through the AAAM, we've been facilitating visits of suppliers to recently Ghana, Kenya. We have others lined up as well, and we encourage anyone to join in on that. But what is important is when we talk of an automotive value chain in Africa, we're not envisaging every country manufacturing vehicles. It's to participate in that value chain and to make sure that we add value to get towards that 40% and plus in terms of rules of origin. A very good example is what was referred to earlier. In the next 10 years, we'll have 350 million electric vehicles running in the world. This continent has the majority of the raw materials for that. The decisions by Zimbabwe and DRC to stop not just exporting the raw material but adding value is critical. And that is something that we have to do in all the countries and in South Africa in particular.
I'm afraid I actually am going to have to bring this to an end now. We are 3 minutes to 2. I know we're running an hour late. This is how I'm going to catch up my time. Because we are all still here, we're still going to network. There's an opportunity for you to speak to our fellow panelists and ask them questions. So yes, I haven't forgotten. It's just that you had a presentation, so that's why I've also curtailed your time.
Yes, that's the one.
Oh, the question of
funding
for power projects.
Funding power.
We did mention it earlier on, but okay, you can. So, are you going to answer it, Mrs. Awan? Yes.
Yeah, let me do that. Yes, we fund power. We fund a lot of the state-owned enterprises as well. We have huge appetite for the power sector. I think I mentioned in my presentation when I spoke about trade enabling infrastructure, and I sort of teased the Premier to come to us for funding. So we do that. We also support, and in fact, yesterday at the University of Johannesburg, I met somebody who said to me, they're South African, but he's supplying ZESA in Zimbabwe, power consumable products, as it were, meters and so on and so forth. So that's happening. They benefited indirectly, although we financed the state-owned company in Zimbabwe. We're also supporting Africans who are in the manufacturing space of energy products, power products, to see how they can help support intra-African trade and investments. There's a company called El Swede in Egypt. Part of the 12 billion facilitation fund I talked about for just twinning and supporting intra-African investments, it will probably go to maybe about 20% will go to El Swede for power. And they are able, for me, as far as I know today, I don't know who is taking the statistics, they're probably the biggest, the biggest investor in power, direct African investments, because they're investors, and we also fund them at times. You know, they're building solar power in South Sudan on the back of our funding. They're doing their own IPP in Malawi, you know, all over the place. So it exists. You know, we can not only finance, but we can also facilitate and bring and do some twinning interactions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I also mentioned our project preparation facility. Take note, black businesses, you know, we have a project preparation facility whereby we can support financing or bringing projects from concept to bankability, where we have a limit of I think you mentioned it, $2 million.
Yes. Okay. Good. That's good.
May I request that I give the panelists a minute each to just wrap up whatever you would have liked to say, or perhaps just reflect on some of what would have been said. And this really is also out of respect for CANEX. They have another session after this where they're going to discuss the creative economy, which I do believe is a very important discussion. So I would like to cede some time. Well, I am being very economical with the truth there, would I say seed, because we've wasted quite a bit of their time. So I do apologize in advance, but I'd also like to cede whatever would have been left at this time. So may I ask the panel to start with you, Ms. Makamura, and then we'll work all the way down to Ms. Maluleka. Please, literally a minute, folks, so that we can move on to our activation and call to action.
Okay, thank you very much. I think one of the things I want to talk about is the trauma that one of the panelists talked about. I want to assure you that as Afrieximbank, we stand ready to support black-owned businesses. We stand ready to actually support any business in South Africa. That is our pledge to the South African government, our pledge to the South African people. So do not be traumatized. Afrieximbank will not traumatize you. So we stand ready. We also stand ready to work with the people of South Africa in terms of implementation of the AFCFTA. And we also stand ready to work with the youth who we know play a pivotal role in the future of Africa. In what we are doing today is just laying the founding stones, but the youth will actually take our ideas and make them into bigger visions, maybe bigger than what you and I are currently thinking about today. So we, as Afreximbank, we will leave no one as we go ahead and integrate Africa and improve trade within Africa in line with our strategy for intra-African trade development. Thank you.
I think if we look at it today, the inter-regional trade in Africa is 17% of all trade. If we look at it versus Southeast Asia, Europe, or North America, where it's in excess of 50%, the opportunities for the AFCTA are massive. But it's up to us as Africans, as participants in the Continental Free Trade Agreement, to take the opportunity and bring it to reality. Others are not going to do it for us. We have to capitalize on that opportunity.
Thank you.
Colleagues, let us be ready to go and do business with the rest of the continent. It is absolutely critical that we do so. And as we do that, we want to just also appeal to the DTIC, or when they fund people and so on to go to Cairo, let it be a transparent process. I be transparent. No, a decision is made in a corner somewhere. Let it be a transparent process, but to apply. And those who qualify on merit, in Cairo. It's a business in Cairo. Lastly, Opela Matsoho, the fact that the trauma is coming to an end. Trauma is coming to an end. We like this marriage with Afreximbank because it will enable us to play. And I want to assure our colleagues from Afreximbank that they can depend on the BBC to go and open the doors, especially of our DFIs. Our DFIs must get their act together. They must trust us and support us. It will be better now that we'll have a funder. Here's a funder. We're now sort of a top-up. Because when you say you must be the primary funder, we have a problem. So we are happy about this, and we are going to take forward this partnership, Madam Awami. Thank you very much.
In the creative industries, we're not traumatized. But the Premier said that he's going to remove the hiccups. If you've got the Premier's number and the President's number, the intellectual property legislation is a hiccup. Please give us some water and remove that hiccup, and let's form legislation that can be replicable to build reciprocity of trade across our continent. In that way, we'll be able to compete. On the one hand, yes, we need to fund, we need projects and programs for funding, but it's not all about the money. We also need R&D, we need research. A lot of research has been done in South Africa, in the creative economy, through the Cultural Observatory, but that research is also replicable. So what I would like to encourage us to look at together is areas of collaboration, because there will be areas of competition. So if we can find the nexus of co-opetition, we'll be able to grow and implement what we need to do.
Thank you. I think from my side, I'm just happy that today we didn't have a lot of power questions because we are inundated with that on a daily basis. But also, I think in conclusion, I would like to say that in the midst of this power crisis, there's an opportunity for businesses to come and participate, to learn new skills, especially with the energy mix strategy for renewable energy. And I think it's up to the businesses to raise their hands, to go and research and participate and be equipped to come and do business with us. In the past, we used to be a one-directional business where it was just ESCOM. And now the power sector is open to a bi-directional, multi-directional businesses. So we want to buy power from customers from all sectors, from the industrial, commercial, and even residential customers. Currently in our sector, we also have residential customers that are already selling power back to us. So I think my call is we need everybody to be part of this solution for the power crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. I think please give them a warm round of applause. Our panelists definitely deserve that. Andre Leroux, Mike Whitfield, Nancy Maluleke, and Gregory Mufokeng, and Esther Makumara, thank you very much. Please give them a warm round of applause. Let me walk them off the stage. Would you like some more time? Okay, you want to take a photo? Okay. Tata Mufokeng, take a photo with them, please. All right, some water to deal with those hiccups you were talking about, Mr. Mofokeng. Here we go.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
It'll take down those hiccups.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like some water, Mike? Can I get you some water?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to the panelists. Great job, and I do apologize again for the truncated time. We're coming to the end, and I'd like to call Mr. Papi Luzala, who's the head of sales and sponsorship at Afreximbank, for an activation and call to action before we have the closing remarks. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Thank you, Tepiso. I'm very much cautious about time. My name is Papi, like Tepiso said. I'm part of the organizing team for the Intra-African Trade Fair IATF 2023. My presentation will be shared on the screen, so I'd like you to pay attention because I'm pretty much going to go through some of the key verticals for IATF 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me first to recognize the Honorable Your Excellency Madame Bete, former Vice President of South Africa, and also the leadership of Afreximbank, represented here by our Executive Vice President Kanayo. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure for me to be here and do this presentation about IATF 2023. I don't know if the technical team can assist me. I should point out this way. Okay, they can control it from it. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the African Export Bank, Afreximbank, in collaboration with the African Union and the FCF Secretariat, are organizing the 3rd edition of the Intra-African Trade Fair, which will take place later this year. And some of the objectives of IATF 2023, I know we're running out of time, so I'll go through a few objectives, is to bring together continental and global players to explore business and investment opportunities in Africa, to serve as a platform, to serve as a marketplace where buyers and sellers meet and explore business opportunities, to provide a platform for B2B, B2G exchanges and development of business opportunities. And I'm going to just jump the fourth one just to go to the last one, which is very important based on the panel discussion that we just had now, to share information about Afrieximbank's initiatives, trade finance and trade facilitation intervention. If we can move to the second slide. We are preparing for the 3rd edition of IATF. Of course, the inaugural IATF took place in 2018 in Cairo, in Egypt. And some of the outcomes for the first IATF were that we had over 32 billion USD in trade and investment deals that were done during the 7 days of IATF in Cairo. And we had over 2,500 conference participants, and over 45 countries were present, and we had over 1,000 exhibitors. And of course, the last edition took place here in South Africa, in Durban. And the outcome for the last edition, as some of my colleagues have mentioned earlier, we had over 42 billion USD in trade and investment deals. We have over 32,000 visitors and buyers, and we have over 69 countries that were present and over 1,500 exhibitors. And of course, now we are preparing for IATF 2023, and our target and our predictions are that in 2023, IATF 2023, we're expecting over 43 billion USD in trade and investment deals that will be done during the 7 days of the trade fair, and over 5,000 conference participants, and over 35,000 participants, which they will come from over 75 countries, and we're going to have over 1,600 exhibitors. Some of the key important deliverables for IATF 2023, as you can see, which will happen over 7 days. IATF 2023 will run non-stop for 7 days with expert sessions and speakers, live performance, and a parallel list of exhibitors, and some very special cultural highlights. And the key vertical that make IATF 2023, there are 8 of them. So it includes a trade exhibition, a trade and investment forum, Creative Africa Nexus, which we normally call CANEX, the B2B and B2B exchanges, IATF Virtual, Country Days, IATF Youth Startup, which is a very important key deliverable for IATF 2023, which we are working with our colleagues from our African Union, and IATF Automotive Show, indeed. The trade exhibition will be made of speed networking sessions. If we can move to the next slide. The trade exhibition will be made of speed networking sessions, B2B and B2G exhibition. There will be pre-scheduled appointments, and will be online and on-site business matching, as well as a very important hosted buyer program that we're running. Basically, as you may understand, some of the exhibition that we all attend, exhibitors are pretty much left on their own in terms of doing business deals. And with IATF 2023, we took a deliberate decision basically to run this important. We had this program also in the past edition of IATF that took place in Cairo as well as here in South Africa, where we ran this program where we invite key decision makers from across different industries at IATF for them to have B2B meetings during IATF with exhibitors so they can generate business deals as well as conclude business and investment deals. IATF 2023 is a multi-sector event, as you will notice on my presentation. It includes many sectors across different industries across Africa. I can just name some of them due to time constraint. We're going to some of the industry that will be showcasing at IATF 2023 include the agriculture industry, the automotive industry that we've spoken now about, the education, the engineering, the infrastructure industry, ITC, innovation, you name it, and of course the diaspora, which is, as our Executive Vice President has mentioned earlier, it is 6th region of the African continent. I'll move to the visitor profile for IATF. The visitor profile for IATF 2023 is made of government, private sector, associations, agencies, parasocial, academia, research institutions, NGOs, finance institutions, development institutions, as well as the diaspora. A very important deliverable for IATF 2023 is actually the Diaspora Day. As you know, Afreximbank is engaging quite actively with the diaspora, particularly the Caribbean region. And of course, as the Vice President has mentioned, there is even planning from Afreximbank to open the Afreximbank branch in the region. So the Diaspora Day is an important day where we're going to recognize some of our African brothers and sisters that are immigrated from other parts of the world, and we'll celebrate them during IATF 2023. The Trade and Investment Forum, one theme, two focuses. The 4-day conference will feature leading African international speakers, you understood that I speak French, a variety of sessions dealing with African trade and investment. Specifically, the conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunity under the AFCFTA, and will also include training workshop covering exporting, standard, and marketing. IATF 2023 conference agenda will focus on the theme Connecting African Market, recognizing the growth opportunities for intra-African trade and cross-border trade and investment. The conference will feature dedicated sessions on trade and investment opportunities under the AFCFTA, bringing business owners and investors together to learn, share, and find solutions, as well as conclude trade and investment deals. The Creative Africa Nexus. Very important deliverable component or vertical for IATF 2023, showcasing Africa, Creative Africa Nexus, or in short, CANEX, will be showcasing Africa's creative economy, and to be made of a Creative Africa Summit, a creative industry exhibition, as well as master classes, and some of the sectors that will be present under CANEX at IATF 2023 will include fashion, as you can see, music, film, visual art, and so forth. And for the first time, we'll be also showcasing the African gastronomy and culinary art as part of the CANEX at IATF 2023. AU Youth Startup Program, a very important deliverable as well, vertical for IATF 2023. We're working with our colleagues from African Union because we need to nurture the future of Africa, trade in Africa. The IATF 2023 AU Youth Startup Program will provide a platform for youth startup and SMMEs throughout Africa to gain support through capacity development and mentoring, networking, access to finance, supportive infrastructure, enabling policies and market linkages. The youth startup segment will have a dedicated pavilion for youth startup in Africa, where they will showcase their goods and services. IATF 2023 will provide opportunities for matchmaking with venture capitalists and investors, entrepreneurship training, networking among the youth and other delegates at IATF 2023. As you know, Afreximbank is on a mission to industrialize Africa, and this cannot be done without a viable automotive industry in Africa. Therefore, the Africa Auto Show at IATF 2023 will present a platform for car manufacturers, assemblers, original equipment manufacturers, and component suppliers to exhibit their products and also interact with potential buyers and suppliers. The IATF 2023 Automotive Show has 3 components as follows: a dedicated exhibition, an automotive workshop, a B2B and B2G platform, and I will encourage everybody that is involved, present here in the manufacturing value chain of the automotive sector to join us at the Auto Show, Africa Auto Show at IATF 2023. Country days. It seems like I missed the IATF virtual. The IATF virtual, if you cannot make it physically to IATF 2023, this is very important, particularly if you have a product to showcase, to sell. IATF Virtual is a year-round platform to connect buyers and sellers from across Africa and beyond. IATF Virtual brings together exhibitors and visitors from all sectors. It provides a platform for attendees and non-attendees alike to connect in real time before, during, and after the event. The IATF Virtual platform offers 24/7, 365 days a year platform whereby virtual visitors can visit virtual stand to engage and do business. IATF Virtual also offers an auditorium to host events, virtual event of course, live, pre-recorded, as well as features country pavilion stand, and also virtual library where document, presentation, and information can be sourced and stored. A country day. This is, I always look for a country day during IATF events. The country days feature allows selected African countries to showcase and promote their trade and investment opportunity with the tourism and cultural attraction for one day at IATF 2023. In the past, we had countries such as South Africa, Egypt, Nigeria, and so forth that had country days where they celebrated the cultural heritage, as well as also promote their countries as investment destinations during IATF, during the trade fair. And of course, it will run, the program will run over 6 days during IATF 2023. Some of the communication channels that we are using to promote IATF, we are present on all mainstream media. You can find us on CNN, on CNBC Africa, DSTV, or other publications, as well as press. We are also present on social media. You can follow us on Twitter, on Facebook Live, Instagram, and LinkedIn. And of course, I've just mentioned about the IATF Virtual, where you can be present or as an exhibitor for 365 days a year. And of course, we use roadshows such as this, global events, to do presentation and promote the trade fair. Some of the benefits to become a partner, to exhibit or to sponsor, to become one of our esteemed sponsors at IATF include a branding right at the event. You can access over 1,000 buyers. I've explained to you about the buyers program that we're running at IATF. You can access over 1,500 exhibitors and over 35,000 visitors. During IATF 2023, you can generate sales leads, you can showcase your product and services, you can enter new markets, you can raise brand awareness, you can develop and maintain relationship, you can size up your competition, you can become a thought leader, you can cement your credibility, you can win new business, and of course, you can access all 655 governments across the continent. You can register now to be part of the conversation on www.intra-africantradefair.com. This is indeed Africa Talking Business, and we'd like you to be part of it. Again, you can follow us on the social media listed there, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram. And these are my details on the screen. Would you like to exhibit, sponsor, or just visit IATF? If you have further questions, I'll be here. I'm the gentleman with the red tie, so I will gladly assist you, and I hope to see you all at IATF 2023. Thank you.
Papi, thank you very much. That's the head of sales and sponsorship at Afreximbank. And it's time now for our closing remarks. And I would like to call on the acting CEO of the Gauteng Growth Development Agency, Mr. Zamqaka, to please come and give the closing remarks. Please give him a warm round of applause as well as he comes up to say hello and goodbye.
Well, I think the program director said it, that my role is to say hello and goodbye. But thanks to the program director for chairing the whole session. Ran over just a little bit, so we apologize to everybody, but thanks to the Afreximbank for choosing Gauteng to have this conversation. So we really appreciate, Kana, your time. And again, to show how serious we take this, you had the Premier who was here today, We couldn't have the MEC for Economic Development because she's at the design Indaba and there's MinMec there. So it is really a matter of importance to us. But thanks most importantly to everyone who attended here, the business formations who came, to represent. And yes, Teboho, we know the pressures that business has, and we'll do what we can to try and bridge the gap. So we really are very thankful that everybody took their time to come and sit. And I now stand between you having lunch and a very long speech. But no, we really appreciate that would be the end from our side. And thanks, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zamkwaka. So, for those of you who will be attending the CANEX event here in the same hall, it will start promptly at 3 p.m. We'll be discussing the creative economy, so please make your way back here. Thank you very much for being such an accommodating audience. You may leave and have lunch, and we'll see you back here at 3 p.m. From me, it's goodbye. Thank you.
weekends fly nightly. Popping bottles and then bubbles in our psyche. Good decisions are overrated. And life is hard, who are we to complicate it? Tell me you miss me again, tell me you'll misbehave. I'd bite that apple too if evil's on your wave, so I say I believe it's you, will you ride with me? I believe it's you, we can find our peace. When you're in my arms, all bad vibes and seas. Take a leap of faith, will you fly with me?
again because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean?
that shit together so we could get together. You need me to get that shit together so we could get together. You need me to. Yeah. Yeah. You need me to.
You know
And together, I think we can do it.
Be proud to be African, yeah? Be proud. Seriously, if you are in the room and you've come to Canex, give yourself a round of applause.
Make some noise for Canex Weekend 2022. Bonsoir mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes là ce soir pour célébrer la créativité de la jeunesse africaine. Alors est-ce que vous pouvez applaudir pour vous-même s'il vous plaît ce soir?
Keynote brings together multi-talented creative entrepreneurs with the aim to shine a light on their potential. We make sure your creativity becomes a source of growth for our continent by supporting you, giving you the wings to fly. The days when African creatives IPs are taken advantage of by the rest of the world will soon be over. We will see a new dawn of global creative brands emerging for our continent.
We came here, we saw, we heard, we learned, we even danced. Our mission, essentially, to say it in a word, is to see how we can contribute to transforming our continent, to break down the 110 barriers that divide us. And together, I think we can do it.
Be proud to be African, yeah? Be proud. Seriously, if you are in the room and you've come to Canex, give yourself a round of applause.
Make some noise for Canex Weekend 2022. Bonsoir mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes là ce soir pour célébrer la créativité de la jeunesse africaine. Alors est-ce que vous pouvez applaudir pour vous-même s'il vous plaît ce soir?
Keynote brings together multi-talented creative entrepreneurs with the aim to shine a light on their potential. We make sure your creativity becomes a source of growth for our continent.
that can resonate my chorus like you do. Vibrations so strong with every lift and every rift. I keep reliving out those gifts, and I know what it's meant by calling someone home, and I know what it's meant for you and you alone. Search it on now. Give me that.
Bless me.
Trust in me. I'm loving from deep within the joy you bring in everything. And when I lay down to sleep, you're all I see in my dreams. And with every melody inside of me, my heart sings. Melody of fall deep into your soul. The melody we sing, joy and love we raise up fall deep into your soul. Falling deep. Ooh, your soul. My love, my soul, you and me, yeah.
Falling deep into your soul,
Falling deep into your soul, yeah. Your soul.
Good afternoon. It's the diehard creatives. I love it. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I hope we could pull you away from your lunch. Welcome everyone to this afternoon session around the Creative Africa Nexus. My name is Lara Utian. I'm the project lead for the CanX at IATF, CanX Weekend from Red Flag. And I'm very excited to welcome you here to our CanX information session. We've got a short program for you, but I think one that you will find exciting and full of creative energy that we like to bring to everything that we do. And the Creative Africa Nexus, as many of you know, and Kanye Mashimwe from the bank, from Afreximbank, is going to take us through it in much more detail. But as you know, it's an initiative from Afreximbank in terms of developing and supporting the creative industries. And the success of CanX over the last 3 years is really due to partnerships and collaboration. And everything that we do as part of the CanX team and that Afreximbank does is really around forging strong partnerships and collaborative efforts. And so that's why it's also so exciting to be here as part of this larger event with the Gauteng province. And that's also why we're especially excited to welcome our first speaker, who is Ms. Francina Nzimane, economist and sector specialist, culture and creative industries, Gauteng Department of Economic Development. So welcome, and I hope you enjoyed today's presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's always interesting to speak to people after lunch because everyone is full. So my name is Francina Nzimane. I am an economist by trade. And I am a sector specialist that has been in the cultural and creative economy for the past 7 years. It has been quite an interesting experience because the sector itself is a very interesting sector. We were describing it earlier as a toddler. It's like a toddler who has unlimited toys, unlimited. And this toddler is so versatile and so fluid. It's like water. They fit in everywhere. And then on top of that, the toddler has no boundaries. So to be a mom to such a toddler, you can't say to them, because they're going to go. They're going to go exactly there. And we are privileged in Johannesburg, mainly, and in Gauteng, to be home to 47% of the cultural and creative economy, from a contribution, a GDP contribution perspective, as well as from an employment perspective. However, there is quite an interesting dynamic that has come through, which is the spread of the informal transactions that are happening within the sector. So those of you that are familiar with the South African Cultural Observatory, when I started in 2015, there was no data. And it was one of the reasons that was causing the sector to become invisible, because at the time, if you had to present a certain sector to politicians or any organization, you had to start with the GDP contribution is. And nobody knew what that is in the cultural and creative economy. No one. There was no data. There were just participants that were there. And the participants are very loud. They are very unruly people that see no boundaries. They see no limits. They are just there. And they will make sure you know they are there. The problem is, how do you help these people when you don't even understand the ecosystem? The first thing we did was to break down the value chains. So I am responsible for a number of sectors, and that include the learning ones, like the animation, gaming, virtual reality, extended reality, all of that. And then also there's, the cultural stuff that is expressed through music and film and dance and performing arts and the likes. And it was so interesting to discover that each of these subsectors has a different value chain. So the one that you have for animation is very different from what you'd have for gaming, very different from what you'd have for music, and very different from what you'd have for film. As a result, it creates a ginormous ecosystem where everyone is forced to work together. And you see this in a film production or a TV series. You can't have a TV, imagine having a TV series with no music. I recently went back to Netflix to go and watch Yizo Yizo. Are there any fans in the house? Yes, yes. I went back to Netflix to go and watch Yizo Yizo, and I started understanding that there are so many linkages to the cultural and creative economy. It is the sound in the film that creates a feel of what the content actually is. And then imagine having a film without a TV series without a set, right? So your generations, your scandals, your Sia van der Lands, the likes, there's a set. There are fashion designers. There needs to be a wardrobe person. There needs to be a makeup artist. There needs to be somebody that does hair. So it's an entire ecosystem. And this ecosystem also encompasses other sectors that are not within the cultural and creative economy. So when you then have to define employment, it comes in 4 facets. You've got creatives that are in the creative economy, creatives that are outside of the creative economy. You've got creatives that are working in sectors that are outside, so your mining, your construction, and all of that. You've got your designers. And one thing that we picked up is that because there is a lack of design skills within the country as a whole, we can't design our own cars. We can't. Because who's going to do the 3D animation? Who's going to turn the drawing into a 3D object that actually spins? It's just yesterday where we were introduced to 3D printers. So the sector as a whole is an exciting sector. I always say to politicians, if you want to deal with youth unemployment, invest in the cultural and creative economy, and you will eradicate youth unemployment. Today we have a problem. We have a problem today because the kids who are artists are actually the same kids who are drug addicts. It's the same kids. The only problem is that they use the right side of the brain, not the left side. And nobody knows how to teach them. So in order for us to have an economy or an ecosystem, we need companies. That's another thing that was lacking, which we had to build. The SMMEs within the cultural and creative economy were extremely informal, and we had to start with getting them basic things like tax compliance certificates, CIPC documents, that financial compliance. We had to start there as well. But then again, you can't have the business if you don't have an entrepreneur and you don't have a creative. And you can't have a creative and an entrepreneur if you don't have a human being. And you can't have a human being that is absolutely clear of who they are and where they are going, unless if you build them as a child. The worst thing that happened was the eradication of art in schools. And we will repeat this until we go to our graves. There was a study done in the United States by psychologists. They took children who were struggling with STEM subjects, so your science, technology, mathematics, and they introduced music. And for some weird, odd reason, these kids started doing better in their STEM subjects. That's a right-brained kid. So that kid that studies with music in their ear, leave them alone. Leave them. Their brain is being stimulated. So we are not building the kids from a young age. Our schools are lacking in terms of arts. Our township communities are lacking in terms of skills development programs. And just to prove to you that creatives are the smartest people on earth, those of you that did have the privilege of seeing the matric results from the National School of the Arts. Yes, who's from the National School? Love it. The National School of the Arts, please listen to, this is guys, like when I saw these results, I was like, never. They had an 83% bachelor admission, 16% diploma, 143 distinctions. And these kids are 22 in a class. And you want to tell me creatives are not smart? No, I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. So we have quite a huge ecosystem. There's a lot of things that we still need to build. There are a lot of elements that we still need to put together. And KNEX has made me so excited. I have been screaming and shouting about a business-to-business platform for a very long time. A trade platform for cultural and creative industry products. And as we have seen, it is evolving. We are now moving from the physical goods into digital goods. And it's interesting to have opportunities like this because as much as I stand here in front of all of you, I've got entrepreneurs that are in shacks, that are busy building platforms. We've got various incubation programs that are running at the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. We work with a huge number of stakeholders. We have around 25 stakeholders, inclusive of the French Institute, the German GIZ, and the US Consulate. On top of that, we work with national government and we work with provincial government. So I'm at the Department of Economic Development, but I have partners at Gauteng Sports, Arts and Culture, as well as Gauteng Film Commission. We also work with municipalities, your City of Johannesburg, City of Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, Sedibeng, and West Rand District Municipality. My main goal is to ensure that whatever it is that is done within the cultural and creative sector, especially in terms of capacity building, drills all the way down to townships. What I love is that the sector has no age. It's the best sector. Guys, it's the best. Like, you know all these other sectors where you have to be 18 to work? Creative industries doesn't work like that. That's why I say it's like a 2-year-old. It's a toddler. It doesn't work like that. I've got kids that are 15, 16, 17. They are sitting at home and they are building characters for the animation industry. They are trading with other countries digitally on character design. So there is a lot that is going on in the creative economy, and I think KNEX is providing an extremely exciting opportunity for us. Now that we have spent around 7 years building this base of entrepreneurs and artists and people that must become business people, we now finally have the businesses and the products to showcase. So KNEX organizers, 25% of your stage is mine. Eh? Yeah, just give me 2 months, Nji. I'll show you what we can do. 25% of that entire platform is mine. It is mine. We are going to bring you amazing township-based entrepreneurs and creatives. Just to give you examples, we have a lady who creates biometric bags. I've got one, I brought one with me, and I bought it because if you're a mom to a daughter, you know, things disappear. And every time when you ask, where is this? The answer is, I don't know. And then you find it in somebody else's bag. So I was like, to solve this issue, I need to get a bag that opens with my fingerprint. So we've got bags. We've got a lady that creates bags that open with fingerprints. We have another entrepreneur. He's colored. I love that guy. Colored. And he's got a brand called Cause It's Lacquer. And he is manufacturing kitchenware and homeware. And he displays it with coffee. I've got kids that are building drones in Mabopane. They're everywhere. In Easteres, we have another program that is running. So there's a lot of township-based programs, projects, hubs, infrastructure that is there. We've got the base, and I really do believe that KNEX is the best place for us to showcase what we can do. So 25% is mine. Like, I've got witnesses, guys, you're my witnesses, right? 25% belongs to us. We've got the most amazing fashion designers. We've got the most amazing crafters. I have met women who are in Western District Municipality, and they are making the most amazing pottery. The only thing that is left for us to do is to educate these entrepreneurs and artists in their own language. English is not a status, it's a language. And we have realized that that's one of the barriers that we need to address. People speaking in their own languages and helping them to understand issues of intellectual property. I will also be knocking on your door for capacity building. There is a lot of capacity building that needs to happen. Unfortunately, in our country, we don't have content development funding. And if you don't have the money to make the thing, you can't make the thing that you need to put at KNEX for somebody else to buy. That's one of the shortages. So I'm really grateful for this opportunity. And I really believe that if we do it right, we could be able to channel some of the investment into our Gauteng province and into townships and mostly into schools. We only have one art school in the province. It's the National School of the Arts. The others are higher education institutions that specialize in either animation, music, or some other art form. But our challenge still remains the cost of education within the sector. To go to an animation school costs around 90,000 Rand a year. A child in a township might not be able to afford that, but they are able to draw. So in order for us to make a difference, we need to do something called making it normal for people to access technology, skills development programs, SMME support programs, and the likes. So KNEX, we are here to help you reach Gauteng far and wide in every language possible. But when Cairo comes, I promise you now that Gauteng will show up. We are grateful for the platform. We are grateful for coming here and letting us know that there is a platform, that there is a bank, an African bank that is driving development. And we are grateful that you have included us. So thank you so much. I think once we reach Cairo, we must design what we call a Cairo challenge, a KNEX challenge. We must find a nice African song, Nyana. So, get 2 artists to like collaborate and create a song, and then get some dancers to create a KNEX 2013 challenge. And then Sibone which president can do it the best. And then whichever president wins, we host in their country for the next year. So thank you so much. We really do appreciate you coming our side. And we will show up in Cairo. We will show up. Thank you.
There is no doubt that Africa boasts an abundance of creative talent. And Afreximbank acknowledges that the creative industries are of tremendous economic value to our entire continent. The Creative Africa Nexus, CANEX, debuted in 2021. As a mechanism created by Afreximbank, CANEX has been designed to facilitate the development and growth of the creative and cultural industries in Africa and the diaspora.
The KNEX program is a key instrument of implementing our creative strategy. Quickly, we found out that the creative industry in Africa was crying for a nexus. They are crying to find that point where that will pull all of them together, and they bring their ideas and also contribute solutions to the challenges they faced.
What we're doing is just essentially an extension of what we need to do, which is to support Africa and support African businesses. And in this place, it's particularly important because it supports African youth.
Africa has a vast pool of talent in music, in film, in arts, in crafts, sports, name it. But Africa is almost absent from the market of ideas because Africa is only able to attract 1% of the global value in cultural and creative industries. Whereas Africa has got all this talent, there's a vast opportunity for us to monetize that talent. And as a bank, we have seen this as a low-hanging fruit in order to create jobs, develop our young people, put forward to them an opportunity to come out of poverty and make something out of their lives. So the Creative Africa Nexus is about connecting the creative economy, connecting the creatives to market opportunities, connecting them to opportunities, to platforms for mentorship, twinning services, capacity building, financing. All those offerings come under the banner of the Creative Africa Nexus.
We have been able to now begin to grow our film financing. We never had it before.
We have a dedicated film production financing product that we use to support those in the film industry, and AAA is one of those that is benefiting, from that facility.
We've been around as AAA Entertainment, which is the sales and distribution company, for about 10 years now. For most entrepreneurs in the continent or filmmakers, access to financing is becoming the biggest stumbling block. So it was a painful process going from bank, trying to beg, and then the client said, listen, have you checked this bank called Afrexim? When Afrexim came, their rate is way lower than what we can borrow here in South Africa. It's incredible.
We want to make sure we reduce to the barest minimum the constraints that credit causes.
Creative economy has got that potential to have a massive upside. Afrexim understands that. It's got, of course, the return on investment at whatever percentage they give you. But if they come in, even especially when it comes to equity or making sure they give you IP, the upside could be massive.
We're big on capacity building. We think there are gaps there, and that's one of the things that Afreximbank has tried to address, the capacity, skills, knowledge gap.
Establishing the design studio of Aza Fahmy that's helped raise the next generation of jewelry markets and designers. I'm proud to have teamed up with African Export-Import Bank to share my passion with people who have the same desire.
This is an investment to make sure that the legacy, that the tradition of Africa are really passed to all generations, so that we've got this, knowledge of jewelry which is not only great today, but it has to be great tomorrow.
On behalf of the African Export-Import Bank, I would like to welcome you all to the Cookout Africa Interactive Masterclass.
Some of the members at the bank saw me writing these songs with these individuals on my Instagram and asked would I like to bring this to Africa. And so we launched the Cookout Africa as a partnership between my company and Afreximbank, who I'm extremely grateful for. And over a 2-year period, we've hosted 10 cookouts across the continent.
Well, we're out here at the Connex Music Factory where we are having fun and, you know, interacting with the local artists. And we're really grateful, I mean, with this support with the Afrieximbank, which is showing through this program of Connex. And I hope we're going to have a fruitful, massive One Africa, One Village, showcasing our cultural spirit.
So what has brought us here is an initiative we call Connex Presents Africa, which is an initiative which looks at unlocking market access opportunities for African designers. And we're here in Tranoi, where we have come with African fashion designers and accessory makers who were previously also under this program together with us in the Portugal Fashion Week.
We aren't acknowledged for, you know, creating quality and great craftsmanship when all those things do come from Africa. So it is good to bring those things in this space and for people to see that it's almost at the same level, if not better. So it's very good that, you know, for a financial institution to understand that fashion is multifaceted and there's so many things that spill into it is such a beautiful thing.
Being part of the Connex group is really phenomenal because, I mean, my journey with Connex started last year when we showcased at Portugal Fashion Week. And coming here at Tranoi this year with Connex is really amazing because being part of the designers from the continent is really great because we showcase what the continent has to offer to the world.
My name is Boris Provo, I'm the CEO of Tranoi from 3 years. And in fact, I met Connex organization 6 months ago in Porto. I get the chance to go to the Portugal Fashion Week when I discover those amazing designers curated by Connex. We selected 15 designers, all from Africa, to join the Paris Fashion Week and Tranoi to express their creativity to the international buyers.
Message from all of this is that you should know that Afreximbank is behind you. As long as you're an African, you come to us, we will support you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, just a thank you to Ms. Nzimani for an in-depth and comprehensive and an enthusiastic talk on the creative and cultural industries, especially the landscape of what it's like here in Gauteng. And we hope that that energy is what spreads around the continent and throughout the world. My name is Gina, and my job is to introduce Ms. Khanyi Mashimbia from Afreximbank. And it's Afreximbank's commitment that allows for the creative and cultural industries to actually get its space and to get creatives enthusiastic and empowered and confident to go out and grow their skills and their products. So thank you. Let's welcome Ms. Khanyi Mashimbia.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying behind for this session that I believe is quite an important one, specifically for the creative industry, but for the youth and women in particular. My name is Kanye Mashimbi. I am a consultant for Afreximbank. I work on the creative and cultural industry strategy in the implementation of it for the bank, and I also work in the bank's, implementing the bank's diaspora strategy. I am a South African, just in case you're wondering, but I'm based in Cairo. This work for me is personal because I come from the creative industry. I am a fashion buyer, and I worked in textiles and fashion retail for over 20 years. So I know the journey of a creative. And therefore, for me, this opportunity to participate is an honor and a privilege, and I take it very seriously. So it's been a beautiful journey for CanEx, which is a very young project, which was announced in 2020 by Afreximbank. And this is purely because Afreximbank recognizes the fact that the creative and cultural industries are a very powerful transformation force in the world and Africa today. If you think of the impact that African music has had in the global stage, if you think of the impact that African film has had in the global stage, I think we all agree. The creative and cultural industries are among the most rapidly growing sectors in the global economy in terms of income generation, job creation, and export earnings. A much greater proportion of the world's intellectual and creative resources is now being invested in culture-based industries, whose largely intangible outputs are as valuable and considerable as those of other sectors. An example is that in France, the creative and cultural industries has actually overtaken their auto industry. So you can almost imagine the impact that if you pay attention and support the development and protection of these industries, you can actually achieve much in terms of economic development. Estimate shows that CCIs employ more than 30 million people worldwide. They are estimated to generate more than 2.2 trillion annually. The African slice of this pie, however, is considerably low at less than 1%, which shows the potential, significant growth potential for the continent. The continent has a deep pool of creative talent. However, as we know, there are very specific barriers, including lack of access to finance, which is the most obvious for all of us, technical and management skills, access to new markets, adequate infrastructure, enabling policy framework, place these enterprises on the continent at a competitive disadvantage, and therefore it makes it very difficult to integrate into the global economy. So Afreximbank created the CanEx program, which is the Creative Africa Nexus program, to support the development of these industries on the continent. And we do this through the provision of access to finance, first and foremost, capacity building, supporting trade, investment, and export promotion, as well as accessing new markets. We also look at digital solutions, and we work very closely with the African Union on policy advocacy in order to affect the policy framework on the continent to create an enabling environment for creative industries. I'm sure the video gave you quite an in-depth summary, so to speak, in terms of the various areas that we are focused on at Afreximbank. But I would like to highlight that, I mean, the creative and cultural industries are quite broad. As a financial institution, we've sort of highlighted a few areas that we deem as almost low-hanging fruit. This is not an exclusion of other sectors, but these are sectors we've identified as the ones that we can make the most impact on in the shortest possible time. And these include fashion, film, music, and film, when I say it's a loose term for audiovisual, essentially. And we have sports, and this year we are introducing gastronomy and culinary arts, because we also realize that there's a very important role that African food and food exports can play in providing this economic development. So the pillars that we use in terms of our interventions, obviously there's access to finance that I have indicated, capacity building. We look at linkages and partnerships, export and investment promotion, policy advocacy, and digital interventions, as I've laid out. Under our currently, for our access to finance intervention, we've currently deployed over $110 million in creative transactions. I think that's impressive for a program that started in 2020. And currently we have a pipeline of $400 million. Now, when the program was announced, the Afreximbank had put a provision of $500 million to support the development of this sector. And currently, the announcement was made in Abidjan in November that this facility has now been increased from $500 million to a $1 billion facility. While financing this sector remains a challenge due to its informality and fragmented nature, the bank is engaging intermediaries in order to de-risk investments in the sector and to deploy an SME development program to support the development of these and finance this sector. We have developed a bespoke music and film financing facility and also a venture fund under the Fund for Export Development in Africa. In terms of the film and music financing facility that we currently have, the focus is not only on production of content, but also the building of capacity for infrastructure. So for our film development product, as an example, we have provision for, of course, content production, but also building of infrastructure, buying of equipment, and other ecosystem or development tools. Moving on to, okay, sorry, I'm slow, right? Okay, capacity building. I'm sure you saw we had Vincent Berry and we saw Oskido. We have a masterclass that we run in our music vertical. We have the cookouts, which is delivered by Vincent Berry, who's an Grammy-nominated songwriter. You may know him from Lemonade, Beyonce's album. So he's been doing great work in helping aspirant musicians understand the IP element in terms of how to protect their intellectual property and write songs with them. And we've also had great help from Mosquito, who's our very own South African. You may know him from Kalawa Jasmine. He also runs our Canex Music Factory events. In terms of, so additionally to the music masterclasses we run, we also have created a jury masterclass. You can move on to the next slide. With Design School Azafami, which is, Azafami is a well-known jewelry designer from Egypt. She's been in the business for over 50 years, and she has flagship stores across the world. So she's a very established jewelry designer who actually has a jewelry school, which is the design school Azafami. So we created this jewelry masterclass. It's a 10-module course, which is a certified course. It is free of charge, and it is accessible to African youths, and it is delivered through Trace Academia, which is a learning app. It's a free learning app which is very focused on vocational training for African youth. So we're very proud. We launched this product in November last year, and currently we have over 2,700 students who are on it, and 80 of those have already graduated and finished the full course. So we're quite enthused that we're finding various ways in terms of deploying different interventions for capacity building. The way we approach capacity building is that as a financial institution, we don't have the capacity to train, and so we work with partners. So we're always looking for industry experts and institutions that we can partner and collaborate with in order to provide the capacity and scale in terms of reaching more for capacity building. And then we also look at linkages and partnerships. Our flagship initiative here is Canex Presents Africa. You may have seen it on the previous video. This has been quite an exciting journey on the Canex Presents Africa because it is about providing access to new markets for African creatives. In this particular case, we've been quite successful with the fashion vertical. Basically, this initiative provides a platform for the development of emerging fashion designers by supporting transfer of skills through mentorship from industry experts, and these are global industry experts, while providing market access opportunities for sales promotion, production, and distribution. It aims to equip participants with skills that enable them to create financially sustainable businesses with potential for scale. And as well, we provide them with support for go-to-market strategies. So we started with the Canex Presents Africa in Portugal Fashion Week, which was in 2021. So we're now in 2023. I don't think we've done badly. 60 African designers, luxury African designers, have benefited from this program to date. 60 African designers representing 27 African countries as well as diaspora. While we were successful in showcasing in Portugal Fashion Week, we were invited by Paris Fashion Week to bring African designers to participate at Tranoi. Tranoi is the official trade show partner for Paris Fashion Week. And it's a very important business platform because this is where international buyers from the globe come and gather and look for new brands so that they can buy product for their respective countries. So if you talk about huge retailers like your Nordstrom's, Macy's, Bloomingdale's, this is now America. You're thinking of Galeries Lafayette in France, maybe Harrods, and Selfridges in London. So you've got big, so this gives expression in terms of monetizing the creative output of designers. So it's actually the business of the creative. It's not just about the creative element, but it's about bringing volume and this has been quite successful. We had our first showcase in September last year, and our second one was in March this year. And I am happy to report that it's been extremely successful to a point where we were able, in the few days that we're in Paris Fashion Week, to get confirmed orders of $1 million. These were just confirmed orders on the spot. And the designers that participated were still prospecting on additional orders from across other buyers who, sometimes the buying process is you don't buy on the spot. Sometimes there needs to be discussion and so forth. So it's been quite an important success for us because not only does it prove to the African brands that they have a voice and a place in the world that everyone is excited to see and hear, but also they're willing to commit to it and place orders and risk and gamble, because when you're a buyer, and that's my background, so when you're a buyer, it's very difficult to meet someone off the ground and invest a lot of money in them from the get-go. So it's been quite a successful endeavor. And then one of the challenges in financing SMEs is because they're fragmented, there's not enough data, so financial institutions struggle on how to finance creative enterprises. So for the fashion industry, we're currently working with the International Trade Center in order to bring together designers from across the continent to support the establishment of a Pan-African Fashion Alliance, which is a fashion cooperative through which the bank and other financial institutions can more effectively deliver interventions for this riskier segment. It's envisioned that this cooperative approach will organize creatives into segmented clusters, which may be linked together to form expert value chains. The aggregation effect will also make it operationally viable for other financial institutions and Afreximbank to support creative SMEs, thereby unlocking capital flows that would otherwise not be available to individual creatives. Moving on to some of the digital, or some of the efforts and interventions we're making, we understand the importance of the protection of intellectual property. On the continent, we know that there's a lot of extractive tendencies where, African intellectual property is not protected and other countries or other industries outside of the continent benefit from them. So the bank is looking to catalyze and protect and commercialize the protection of intellectual property on the continent in a profitable and sustainable manner. And we're creating an IP holding company that will acquire, hold, aggregate, commercialize intellectual property in film, music, literary works, arts and crafts, e-gaming, etc. We make strategic investments in the sector with a view to facilitate and consolidate African ownership of African-created intellectual property, as well as preclude mass foreign ownership of African intellectual property. In order for us to execute this strategy for Afreximbank, we're guided by industry experts from across various sectors on the continent and in diaspora. We have this creative advisory group, Creative Africa Advisory Group, which is chaired by the AU Commissioner, Ambassador Kasum, who is from the AU, as well as the founder of Silverbird Group, Senator Ben Murray Bruce. Members of this Creative Africa Advisory Group include Madame Ganayo, who you may have met this morning, the MD of Emerging Markets of YouTube, Alex Okosi, founder of Didier Drogba Foundation, Didier Drogba, I'm sure you're all quite familiar with that name. He advises us on our sports strategy. DJ Oskido, who you're very familiar with as well, and other individuals from various aspects of the industry, like the banking and financial industries. In terms of our export and investment promotion, we have our CanEx events. So Afreximbank works to engage in trade and export development initiatives through various events. So we have our CanEx at IATF on the year when the IATF is holding, and we also have CanEx weekend on the year that the IATF is not holding. As you know, IATF only holds once every 2 years. This is to bring together creative practitioners, governments, bi- and multilateral organizations, private sector, to work collectively to create an enabling environment for the African creative and cultural So our focus, as I had mentioned before, the sectors that are our priority sectors. The events normally consist of a CANEX summit, as well as a dedicated market and exhibition for creatives. We also have a live theater program, among other activities. For this year, CANEX at IATF will build on the successes of CANEX Weekend. You saw a video previously that showcased some of the events that we hold. So I'll take you through some of the numbers in terms of what we've been able to achieve with the event we held last year in November in Abidjan. We had, in the two-day event, 2,800 delegates, and also we had 60 countries participate. We do have the first 2 days starting with very focused conversations in terms of industry-specific conversations, like the African Audiovisual Policy Roundtable, which is a workshop that goes on for 3 days with various associations from across the continent to discuss impediments to the growth of the film sector on the continent, to discuss various solutions that we could consider as a bank as well as the African Union in order to implement change to promote the development of the sector. That's one example. So the 4-day program also starts with these longer sessions. We introduced for the first time in November the CANEX Deal Room, which saw over $400 million in creative transactions generated, which was in Abidjan. In terms of, just CANEX Weekend at a glance. Where are we? Okay, yeah. So we had 75 exhibitors. Essentially, this is a smaller event. So in IATF, we have a bigger, almost double the exhibitors. But for CANEX Weekend, we had 75. We had 13 panel discussions, 13 master classes covering film, fashion, music, VR, XR. We had literature, like writing master classes. We had great support from various creatives, like Chimamanda Ngozi, who was actually the host of our masterclass, and her foundation. We also had 17 live performances with some really key artists from across the continent. This included 94 speakers from various sectors discussing very in-depth issues that face and confront the African creative sector. Just as a quick one, you saw Oskido speak about his CANEX Music Factory. Interesting to know that 32 songs were written during that session, that 2-day session, and 12 of those will be released at the end of this quarter on Spotify and iTunes. So it's quite interesting to see the type of the unexpected outcomes that you get to experience during these events. So CANEX is scheduled to hold again at the IATF this year, and it will consist of our market and exhibition, our CANEX Live Theatre, masterclasses, CANEX Summit, and other side-by events. And these include the CANEX Deal Room, where you can bring in your transactions and pitch them to our team of bankers. And it's not only Afreximbank who sits in the CANEX Deal Room, other financial institutions also come, because we believe it's important that we bring other financial institutions to get them used to dealing with the creative industries. One thing I'd like to highlight is also in Abidjan, for the first time, we held a creative industry financing framework masterclass. This was specifically for financial industry players and financial institutions who may have an interest in financing creatives but don't know how to. So we also run a program to help them in terms of giving them a framework on how to finance creatives, because we believe as Afreximbank that we don't have all the answers, and we have to carry as many enabling institutions with us on this journey. We also have a Canex fashion show. Last year we had 10 Pan-African fashion designers who showcased in this show. And from South Africa last year we had Judy Sanderson, who represented South Africa in this IATF fashion show. We also have a visual arts installation. And this year, for the first time, we'll have a Diaspora Day that is dedicated to celebrating African diaspora and integrating them back into our programs and acknowledging their presence in our events. We also have a Canex music concert, and the one that I'm most excited about is the African Gastronomy and Culinary Arts Vertical that we will be introducing this year. I like this one specifically because there's so much potential in terms of not just elevating African food and cuisine, but also the potential for exports, pre-packaged goods, trading food items across the continent, but also not just that, if you think of all the wonderful accessories that we have, basketware, beadware, woodware, you know, accessories that we use in the house that we never quite package properly in order to sell. We use them locally, but there's huge markets out there who are looking and are craving to have this input and this African aesthetic. We've recently entered into a MOU with BAL, Basketball Africa League, who will also be holding clinics within the Canex at IATF sports vertical. So we invite you all to come to Egypt for Canex at IATF this year for the most memorable and impactful gathering of creatives from Africa and the diaspora. I know I've said a lot. What I will do, what I find is that there's so much to consume, first and foremost, because but this is not meant to be a one-way process. We believe that there's a lot for us as a bank to learn from the creatives, because our business is about creating fit-for-purpose solutions. So we also like engaging with creatives, hearing from you, and that's why we have these sessions, these side sessions that are really focused on what does the industry want, what do the creatives on the ground want, what are their experiences on a day-to-day basis, and what are the solutions that they think we should be affecting. And therefore, we then bring along other partners to help us. So we do have an open line. So I will be sharing my details, so you can email me, and then we can set up meetings if you need in-depth discussions, so we can understand how we can help you. I do want to say that because the program is new, we haven't figured everything out yet, so you have to be patient with us. We are learning as we go along, and we think it's very important that the engagements that we have with you help guide us be better and do better and deliver better for you. So thank you so much. At this point, okay, you'll come do that. Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We will do a Q&A after. Okay. So should I sit here? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we can. Oh, okay. We can do that now. Yeah.
Okay, so I will be on the ground and then.
Oh, I can. Okay. Yeah. There's a slight change to the program, so we'll start with the Q&A. Do we have a roving mic? The slide.
Thank you so much for the presentation.
Yes.
My name is Johnny from the Pan-African Chamber of Commerce. I spoke with you in 2021.
Yes.
And I didn't get an email from you back. Let's start there. I have two questions. The first one is the time frame it takes for an event to plug into Canex. So we are bringing two events to Egypt this year. One is the chambers of commerce from all over the continent. So we're bringing the African Chambers Congress. It was supposed to happen in London, but we decided to take it to Egypt. The second question is we're doing the Pan-African Music Awards. This was supposed to happen also in South Africa, but we see an opportunity linked possibly to the concert, the music concert you have in Egypt. So what's the time frame? And do I have to wait for 2 years to see you again so that you give me the answer? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for that presentation. I think that was quite thorough, which is something we hardly see in the sector. My name is Dumi with a Y. I'm a slasher, a multi-hyphenate in the creative economy here in South Africa. My question is around arts management and cultural policy. I think there's quite a lot of focus in the program on the craft of making, the craft of being an artist. But my curiosity is really around the entire ecosystem, particularly young people participating in the building of these African cultural policies and the role of kind of arts managers who are supporting, arts managers, hub managers, etc., who are supporting these amazing creatives. So is there a place in the program? If not, how do I become a plug? Thanks.
Okay, my name is Nonhlanhla Ngozi. I come from a director and owner of the company called Baobab Handcraft Jewelry and Tradings. I must say I've been a crafter for all my life, from when I decided out of university that, hey, you know what? Decolonization of education is not going to change in my time, and I'm not going to stick around because it's not going to help my vision. So I went into the arts and crafts, and there was a great potential as a young, African daughter, and I've been in the industry since many years. And now I am saying to myself, and I want to ask questions here now, that how long are we going to continue to stay as SMMEs, if not SMMMMM and all the M's that don't stick anymore? Because now I think, Uguti, it's high time now that we must really see ourselves going as SMEs within the craft industry. And this industry has been really downplayed and has never been given space, even though we've had the likes of Abo Sister Parks being there, Abo Ausi, Makiri Reko, who've been there for many years, showcasing in New York, but they're still not spoken about. We don't know about them. It seems like everyone who's coming is new in this area, but we have all been there. So now I am trying to ask people like yourselves who are there in Canex to say, genuinely, where do you seek to take us as artists, as the creative artists, right across? Where do you genuinely see us, in your value chain there? That's my honest answer. Yeah, thank you.
Hi, everybody. Bafna Dahan, I'm French, African. And hi, we talk a lot about sports business because I'm a consultant in sport business. And two things I want to address about when it comes to basketball, because it's where I worked for a long time with Nike, there is no African brand that represents the continent. We have Li-Ning, Nike or Adidas, but there is no African brand. There's one that I'm dealing with, Lambo, from a former NBA player, Lukba Amute, who used to play for Cameroon and also for the Golden State Warriors and different teams in the NBA. That's one. And regarding the sport clinic, there is a lot of sports that are growing on the continent, including golf. I'm dealing with O.J. Molefe Foundation, and we're doing a lot of things in the townships here, putting the kids from the township to golf. What does it take to have a golf session during the Canex in Egypt? Because they have very nice golf courses in Egypt. I've been there, so.
Yes. I think shall we pause it there so I can answer? I don't want to lose track of all of the questions. Maybe I'll start. Dumi, you spoke about arts management. So what we endeavor to do when we talk about, I used examples in terms of the interventions that we're currently looking at. But when we look at all our interventions, we look at the full ecosystem. So where you talk about arts management, that would be a management skills gap that you are identifying, and that would fall under our capacity building interventions. As I said, I mean, the program is young, so we are developing other interventions. This is not the end of it, but we have identified that in order to build the ecosystem, it's not just about the direct practitioners only, it's also about the support structures around them, the auxiliary services, you may call them, in terms of the managers, so as an example, talent managers, art managers, you look at legal support, you look at financial practitioners that support the industry. So that is not outside, that does not fall outside of what we do. As I said, we work with partners, so we do engage various institutions all the time to try and find the most effective ways where we can bring people in who can help us in terms of expanding our interventions. So I don't know if that answers you. And then Journey. So, Journey, you speak about your Pan-African Music Awards and an event you're holding in Cairo. Now, I think we may have to have a side conversation because this is your event that you are seeking support for. There's two ways, right? Our financing facilities that do allow for financing of events, for music specifically. However, I get a sense that you're looking at plugging in. Is this in terms of sponsorship? Is that what you wanted to suggest? I'm not sure if I understood your question properly. Yes, I think let's have a separate conversation. But for the benefit of everyone in the room, we do finance, we do provide financing for certain events, specifically in music. Nanhlanhla, SMME. One of the fundamental changes we need to make, right, and for me it's a very serious matter because I'm a creative practitioner, that's where I come from, is to kill this notion of the struggling artist. Right? Because art is a very integral part of life. It's like, it's what moves us. It is something that is mostly intangible, but the notion that because you have this very great treasure that you offer to your community and to the world at large, it means you cannot benefit from it. And this is what we're trying to address by taking the creative and cultural industries seriously, by providing the financial support, the technical support that we are seeking to do so. So if you talk about when do you stop being an SMME, you would have to consider what are the gaps in terms of your impediments to your own growth. Is it production capacity that keeps you limited? Is it access to new markets, or is it access to new buyers, as an example? Is it that maybe you need some incubation? So there are ways in which you could look at moving from SME to SSME to an SME. But I think maybe it is, I know that in South Africa there's a lot of supporting institutions. However, I would say from an Afreximbank perspective, ours is not to keep SMEs there, is to grow businesses. It's about providing the technical support to build capacity and also to provide platforms for you to grow your distribution potential by meeting new people who will demand more of your product. So I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I think it's a discussion that has to be had. Someone has to sit down and look at your business and help analyze and see how it can be helped to grow. So when I spoke about internationalization strategies earlier, that's one of the things that we do with those people who are in the program, to look at what are the impediments to their growth and how we help them scale. Baba, it's good to see you again. Okay, so you spoke about the brands, African brands. The sneaker brand, yes. So you want to build the sneaker brand for Africa? Yes? Uh-huh. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. To the next level, okay. So I think, I think Francina did mention earlier that there's so much interconnectedness between the sectors. If you're doing a film, you can't do it without music or fashion. Even in sports. Sports goes along with music, goes along with merchandise, which is the clothing element or the fashion element. What I can say is, from our perspective, when we say, again, we're building the ecosystem, we are providing support for African brands. So you are talking about a sneaker brand, but specific to athletics, right? Yes, yes. Yeah. I think the best thing is to submit to us your proposal and your request, and then let's have a conversation and a very specific request in terms of what support we can provide you, and then we can look at it individually. Thank you. Okay. We'll take 3 more. Or are there 4 more? Okay.
Hello, thank you very much for having this here in the red top, you can see.
How could I miss you in red?
No worries. My name is Cholelwa and I'm a filmmaker based in Johannesburg. My question is, I understand that the Afrieximbank is doing a lot for filmmaking in terms of funding the filmmaking process, but for a filmmaker to become a successful filmmaker, there's a particular trajectory you have to follow. You have to make short films, which kind of have to go to a film festival circuit, and then if you get awards, and it's kind of that thing. So my interest is, and that's a huge gap between being a successful, experienced filmmaker who has basically a library of films and series that they've made. So my question to you is, how do we shorten the gap between people who don't have the infrastructure or the library that kind of denotes that they can be prepared to be ready for Netflix or Disney Plus or Amazon Prime? And does the Africans or does Canex have an initiative where they can help up-and-comers make short films or fund short films so they can get to that position where they are able to have those proper discussions with Netflix and Disney Plus and not be treated as amateur? Thank you.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Jeffrey Fidelis. I'm a Nigerian filmmaker and producer based in South Africa. I want to start my question and statement with one word, and I feel it's very vital. When our paths cross as Africans, there's always a story to tell. story of love, story of hope, story of crime, regardless. It's a story. And I feel that as a Nigerian living in South Africa for over 12 years now, my creative process is basically based on Pan-African stories. I've come to experience other Africans across the continent. I see them every day, and I am engaged with them in different ways. And so when I write or I create, I think Africa. I don't think Nigeria. I don't think South Africa. And there are so many like me. But now this is the problem. When you go to Nigeria, you find the Bank of Industry. And you check out its criteria, and they are probably just focused on financing Nigerian projects. When you come to South Africa, you see NFVF, and you see the DTI, and when you check the criteria, they are also trying to power South African storytellers, which is beautiful. But now, what do you do about the Pan-African artist who is also trying to connect the continent like you guys are doing through the power of storytelling? So that the question is short and the statement is a little bit shorter. Picture what I'm trying to paint for you right now is Afreximbank in partnership with the NFVF presenting the Pan-African Film Fund. Picture Afreximbank in partnership with the Bank of Industry in Nigeria presenting the Pan-African Film Fund, where storytellers, both South Africans and Nigerians, these are the criteria, must come together to create something unique. Directors, the entire creative department must look at Africa in general and tell our story. It's a form of unification. And there is no bank on the continent right now that can do this except Afreximbank. Because what you guys say is that you're connecting the creative economy. Would like to see that done. But if there's any existing structure, could you please enlighten us? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hofaone. I'm from Botswana. I'm a podcaster based there. And my question is regarding inclusivity for underrepresented regions or countries like Botswana. What can Canex do to help the creative economy for countries like Botswana in such instances for market success? Because it would be great to come here and see a variety of countries, but they are very dominating countries that I think everyone else can tell. So that's my question. And you look lovely, by the way.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Hello, Kanye. Thank you so much for your presentation. My name is Mpome Mabuza. I'm the CEO at Downtown Music Hub in Johannesburg. This is Downtown Studios that we have. That's where all the music legends in South Africa recorded their music over many decades. Miriam Makeba, Hugh Masekela, Oliver Mtukudzi, even Simply Red, U2, etc. So many. My question is, how can an organization such as Downtown Music Hub leverage Afreximbank's creative sector initiatives in order to build capacity within the music industry, especially in Southern Africa? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for those questions. I think it gives an opportunity to elaborate a little bit more about what we do. Xolelwa, filmmaker, right? You asked how do you stop being looked at as an amateur? Right? I'm sorry that you feel that way. But I suppose in the journey of life, at some point, you have to start somewhere. And sometimes those are the perks of the journey. But I'm sorry that you've experienced that. So currently, I mean, as I explained earlier, we do have a film financing facility. However, yes, it does have a slightly higher threshold than what most SMEs could afford. And that's why we are engaging with intermediaries. And I suppose this also speaks back to Jeffrey's, it ties in with Jeffrey's question, because we cannot do it alone. So because we cannot necessarily, if you cannot meet our threshold, we won't walk away and say we cannot help you, that we can, you know, recommend an intermediary that may be able to assist you. So, but I got a sense that what you were asking more of is, I think you may be looking for an accelerator program or maybe a pitch competition or something along those lines. I'm not sure if I misunderstood your question, but that's the sense I got. Is that correct? Even, no matter how big or small their projects are. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, okay. So maybe I use the example I showed earlier about the aggregation effect that we're trying to achieve in fashion, where we're bringing African designers from across the continent, so because they are individual creative brands, right? And sometimes it's very challenging for financial institutions to be able to assist them, because there's a lot of impediments for financial institutions, because financial institutions by their nature are risk averse, and when projects are small and fragmented, it makes it very difficult to finance. So maybe it is about considering solutions in terms of how do we aggregate the SMEs within the audiovisual sector in order to have a capacity, to form a cluster that would be easy to finance. So, I mean, it's not something that we have that exists now. I'm just thinking as you are telling me this, that maybe that's one of the ways that we can do that. However, we do work with intermediaries who may have an appetite for smaller tickets that we could, if you're saying that your projects are smaller than the bigger slates, that we could recommend that you interact or you talk to. Let me go to Jeffrey. Yes, so your question and Nqalelwa's question sort of intersect at some point, because it is about access to finance, and you ask about accessibility to finance on a pan-African level. Certainly, Afreximbank, that's what we are providing, a pan-African. So for us, you don't have to be anything. You don't have to be South African, Nigerian. As long as you are African or you are from the diaspora, you can have access to those finance. You can have access to finance on our product, on our film financing product. We are also trying to recruit more intermediaries that, as you were saying, that example, imagine BOI or a local South African bank in partnership and having a fund for Pan-African projects. That's not something we have ventured to as yet, because we have our own financing facility, but it's certainly something that we should be looking at. So thank you for that. I take note. And then, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name. How can, you talked about inclusivity, and how can underrepresented countries benefit from CANEX? So we do not exclude anyone. It just so happens that there are certain centers that are far more dominant than others, and we certainly try our best to provide access to everyone in all our interventions. We have had discussions, for instance, with the government of Botswana in terms of seeing what are the interventions that we can provide support for with the Ministry of Culture there. So it is not that we are intentionally excluding. We find that it works best for us when we approach our interventions in a collaborative manner with governments, because then they know the lay of the land and they're able to guide us better in each country. But that does not exclude you from accessing CANEX as an individual or as an individual institution. Like I said, we are very open, so I will share widely my business cards, and we welcome your emails and requests. Okay, I don't know if, am I answering your question, Fafan? Okay, thank you. Mpumi Mabuza, Downtown Music Hub. Congratulations. I think it sounds like an exciting, oh, there she is. Sorry. Sounds like a very successful institution. So we, like I said earlier, we work with intermediaries to provide capacity. So your institution would be one of those that we would have a conversation with to say, look at what you do and see how we could potentially support what you do and help you scale it so that you reach more individuals. But however, the one thing that we always are considerate of, most of our projects that we enter into, except if it's a government intervention, has to have a Pan-African element to it. So if we were to have a conversation with you as Downtown Music Hub, it would be to say, how do you expand your program beyond the borders of South Africa? Yeah? Because I think what's fundamental is, for us, is to build capacity as efficiently and as quickly as possible. So if we always keep it in one location, it means, as Ho Faone said, other countries may be at a detriment. So I hope that was insightful. I hope I've answered your questions. I've tried certainly to the best of my ability. I thank you all. Is mine at the back? Okay. So come up.
Let's thank Ms. Khanyi Mashimbye once more time. And we've reached almost the end, but before we do, I think it's important that we hear from someone who has worked with Afreximbank and CANEX and IATF very closely. Let's hear from Mayenzeke from AAA Entertainment.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, thank you, Khanyi, for such a wonderful presentation, and also the engagement just on the discussion about how CANEX has had such a great impact in the continent already. My name is Mayenzeke Baza, and I run a boutique global sales, distribution, production, and financing company called AAA Entertainment. We've been in the business for over 10 years as a distribution company, but I've been in the film and television sector for 18 years. Started as a producer, of course, then moved to what's called the business of film and television. So the creative sector is a big one, but I'm really going to focus on what I do, which is film and television. And my entity, basically, we bring value to content creators as well as to buyers who wants to buy content. So my clients range from content creators, producers, as well as content buyers locally and globally. I will not mention names because I don't want people to run after me after this conversation. But I work, of course, with global players all over the world. I think my job at this moment is to be able to give account to my relationship with Kennex as well as Afreximbank. I think for all the creators or the creatives in the room will attest to this. To bank an African entrepreneur is very difficult. I think, especially when you're black. And I'm really being frank because I once went to a meeting and I went to see this CEO of the bank. And then he said to me, Mainzeke, when you walk into the bank, even the camera outside knows that you're black. And it already defines you and really position you to a high-risk factor. Without getting into politics, I've been really working with Afrieximbank for the past 2 years now, molding this relationship. And I'm definitely one of the privileged few to have come this far and to have had this incredible relationship with a bank that cares. And I think what Kennex really tried to create or is doing in the continent where it provides this platform for creative as well as anyone in the creative sector to be able to connect in the continent, but at the same time to connect their product with local and the global market, as well as access to financing. What I think I can really attest to is that working with Afrexim has been a joy. On one factor, I think I alluded to my statement, what the CEO of this bank said to me, is that you work with people who care and who really want to understand the sector you're working in. I don't think anyone really can put value in the film and television sector per se to an asset that we create. I think when you're trying to value IP, it's probably one of the difficult propositions. When you say, this is what I want to create, how much is it going to cost, and how much I'm going to get for it. I think that's really been something we've all been trying to work on. And in my business, I'm really grateful to be able to say, working with a bank that you can come to and say, this is what I'm trying to create, this is what I'm trying to value, are you able to assist? And of course, I think we all know that getting money from someone is not an easy thing. For someone to borrow you money, you got to be able to prove that you can pay their money back. I think I've been working in the South African sector where I've worked with all banks. I can name all of them. I think as I mentioned, I've been to all banks trying to make them understand how do you bank the film and television sector. Meaning we have off-take agreements that exist in the market. We need products that can help us cash flow these off-take agreements. And it's really been a difficult proposition because to what I said, when you look at me, you see high risk. When they look at me, they see high risk, which hasn't really been the same feeling or feedback that I got from Afreximbank. I have a facility that I'm working with Afreximbank that banks some of the contracts that I'm doing with global players. When I went to Afreximbank, what I got from them was, Mayenzeke, we want to bank the African entrepreneur, regardless of the color of your skin. And we do not segment you to a high risk, a profile. So we don't profile you as high risk, but we want to engage, we want to understand what is it that you're doing and how we can better it. As I think as Kanye said, the creative sector is probably the next boom. There's one thing that an African child cannot run out of, his story and his creativity. And how do you bank these tangible assets that only sits in here and here, right? Oftentimes you can't see the value, right? You can't see what it is, but the African child can tell you what it is. How do you bank that? So I'm really grateful to Afreximbank for continuing to support the creative sector. for really being such a change agent, especially in the film and television business. Now, I do not take for granted the privilege we have in South Africa. We do have, of course, many institutions that seek to assist in the film and television sector, and they're trying their best. But I think from a commercial perspective, where you can get a bank that is willing to create a product that speaks to the film and television business, as well as to really frankly wanting to bank the black entrepreneur, which is Afreximbank. So I think with those words, I just want to extend my gratitude to the bank, to Kanye and the team Afreximbank for continuing to create these platforms and for always wanting to make sure that a young black or African entrepreneurs can have, for the first time, opportunity and access to financing when it comes to the products they want to create. So with those words, I thank you, and I hope you can engage with them for anything that you want to do. Kanye is a witness. I am a witness. Don't come to me for anything, but I'm a witness to what the bank can do, and I am really grateful to the bank. And thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, my team has had to leave because we've run so late, and I must apologize for that. But I really want to thank you for your time, and I want to close the session. Is that a hand? Oh, okay. No, but I want to thank you so much and say thank you for your time. Do know that we are here, we are committed to this journey, and I do want to say and state that it is also exploratory for us, so we also require a bit of patience and understanding that we are going through this and we are charting new paths, and it's a journey that we are very happy to walk with African creatives together. So thank you. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.